Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good people make good sports. Sport a winning attitude today. Welcome to the 2010 Spring Spectacular, the IHSA Track and Field State Finals. Sport a winning attitude by practicing good sportsmanship. Remember, attitude is for everyone. I direct your attention to the southeast entrance of O'Brien Stadium, where the field of competition for this 2010 meet has gathered, and let's join them in the parade of competitors. gentlemen, we have the representatives of over 2,000 competitors at this 38th state final track and field meet. A great turnout today for the opening ceremonies. Let's hear it for all of them. And now, if I may direct your attention to the area in front of the 30-yard line. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ron McGraw, Assistant Executive Director of the Illinois High School Association, the administrator in charge of track and field cross country in Illinois.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you here this morning to O'Brien Stadium as we celebrate our girls' championships in 3 classes. Today we will recognize 3 team champions, 810 individual medalists. We know that we're going to have a wonderful day. The weather appears to be better than it's been. And with your cooperation, support, supporting these young ladies, we're going to have a great day. We thank you for being here. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you a young lady who will read our competitor's oath. It's a tradition here at the championships. I'd like to introduce Miss Ruth Allen from Palatine High School. Her head coach is Mr. Steve Currens.
Speaking on behalf of nearly 3,000 qualifiers for the 2010 IHSA Girls State Final Track and Field Meet, the Spring Spectacular, we thank the people involved at our schools for the opportunities to have to participate in girls track and field. We thank our coaches for their time, commitment, support, and encouragement. They inspire us to set and accomplish our goals in track and field and in our lives. We give special thanks to Eastern Illinois University and all the volunteers at O'Brien Stadium for providing these wonderful facilities and the personnel needed to conduct this great girls' state track and field meet. Through the hard work by those who volunteer their services, we athletes know the meet is conducted fairly and in accordance with the rules. We also thank you, the fans, for being here to cheer for us all weekend. On behalf of my fellow competitors in today's finals, we promise to compete fairly. We promise to accept the decisions of the meet officials. We promise to do our best and compete with good spirit and good sportsmanship. We will respect each other's achievements. When this day is done, we promise with everyone here at O'Brien Stadium to salute all the champions. Today is the 38th annual IHSA Girls State Final Track and Field Meet. Please enjoy the afternoon with us. This is truly a spring spectacular all of us have come to enjoy. Thanks for your support.
I have one more special presentation that I'd like to make before I release the competitors and coaches from the track. We'll have some introductions to make after that, but in order to clear the track and have it ready for our first races, after this presentation, I'll ask the athletes and coaches to clear the track. But before you do, I want you to meet someone. Kendra Rothschadel from Lena Winslow High School. Young lady, her coach came to us yesterday and told us that she had told her that while she did compete well in the triple jump, she was listed as a 12th qualifier, and she didn't jump that far. She shouldn't be a qualifier. She didn't need to tell us. If she hadn't told us, we would never have known any different. Her honesty provides an opportunity for two young ladies to jump here this afternoon in the finals who had qualified. Such honesty and dedication, commitment, all these things represent what IHSA sports are about, and I wanted you to meet a young lady. So now, if I could get the athletes and coaches and everyone to clear the track, we're going to continue with some introductions here, but we want to be ready to start our races. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two special individuals that we're going to introduce just in a second. We have our honorary referees. Our first honorary referee is Mr. Jack Hirschbach. He's been giving back to the student athletes in Illinois twofold for over 30 years. Jack has been a high school social studies teacher for 33 years, spending the majority of his career teaching at Chester High School in Chester, Illinois. He has also doubled as a high school track and field coach during that time, spending 27 years as a head boys track and field coach, while also coaching girls track and field over the last 15 years of that stretch. Jack's accomplishments as a track and field coach include a pair of boys sectional track titles at Chester High School in 1998 and 99. Jack has combined to work over 50 IHSA boys and girls track and field state finals as an official, including his 23rd girls meet this year, 2010. He has served in a variety of roles, including as a high jump official. Jack previously served the IHSA as a member of the Track and Field Advisory Committee, serving a 3-year term. Jack also serves as a collegiate track and field official. as he is a high jump official at home meets for Eastern Illinois University and Southern Illinois University Carbondale. Jack reflected on his coaching and officiating experiences by thanking those around him who made them possible. I would like to say thank you to all my family and friends for allowing me the time to have the privilege to work with all the student athletes as a coach and as an official with the IHSA. Our next honorary official is Mr. Ernest Adkins. Ernest Adkins' love affair with track and field began as a student trainer for the Lincoln Senior High School track and field team in 1962. After joining the Air Force following high school, he began officiating basketball and football games during his service. Upon completing his military service in 1979, Ernest was invited to join the Lincoln Park track and field coaching staff by lifelong friend and legendary head coach Nino Fenoy. Between his time at Lincoln and East St. Louis High Schools, he spent 32 years as an assistant girls high school track and field coach before retiring in 1998. Lincoln and East St. Louis have been two of the most decorated track programs in state history. With Ernest on the coaching staff, Lincoln has won 13 IHSA girls track and field state championships, including 9 in a row from 1982 to 1990. East St. Louis also won a state title in 2008. Ernest has also been in IHSA as a track and field official for nearly 25 years, receiving his first state final assignment as an umpire in 1988. He ascended to head umpire, a position he continues to hold today. Ernest contributes his longevity as a track and field coach and official to the enjoyment of being able to work with great athletes, dedicated coaches, and the love and support of his family. Track and field truly has been a family affair for the Atkins, as 3 of his 7 children participated in the sport, including daughters Toya and Candace, who he coached at Lincoln. Thank you. At this time, back behind me, I'd like to introduce our head officials for the weekend. Mr. John Polka of Oak Park, Mr. Geza Eritru of Rockford, Peter Tucker of Highland, Galen Bennett of Byron, Tom Todd, Wheaton, Linnell Poole, Lipton Park, Mike Powers, Batavia, Owen Fuller, Marcel, Chuck Austin, Rock Island, Bruce Wyman, Fisher, John Waymeyer, Millstack, Keith Jacoby, Batavia, and Dale Ewer, our meet referee from Millstack.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you all please rise and let us observe a moment of silence in memory of all those who have lost their lives serving our country, both overseas and domestically, those involved in the conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq this weekend. Let us remember all those competitors who have been here before and have gone to their eternal reward, both competitors and officials. Thank you. At this time, I ask that you face the colors and join the Charleston High School Treblemakers in the singing of our national anthem. Thank you. All of our music on the field this weekend, the national anthems have been performed by members of the choral groups of Charleston High School. It's been a great honor for them, and we appreciate all of their talent here this weekend at the girls' state final meet.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could finish our opening ceremonies by asking you to join me in thanking, we have a couple of hundred volunteers working this track meet. They come from all over the state. They pay their own way, they pay their hotel, they pay their food bills, they pay for the gas to get here, and they come back again and again and again. And without them, this track meet simply would not exist. So please help me, thank me in joining these folks out here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll allow us a few minutes to prepare the track, we'll plan on starting our races at 10 o'clock. Thank you for being here. We hope you have a wonderful experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the track is Section 1, Class A of the 3,200 meter run. The time of this meet, it is 10 a.m. Central Daylight Savings Time in Charleston, Illinois. We will introduce the field after the start of the race.
In a minute.
So at this time, the start of the race is in control of the starters. Here's the field in Section 1. Includes Tessa Koppel of Elmwood, Crystal Ponce of Sherrard, Laura Magnuson of Eureka, Shay O'Brien of Pittsfield, Jamie Towell of Saumonock, Victoria Quartran of Litchfield, Cody Peterson, Taylor Ridge, Rock Ridge, Rachel Kingerly of Henry Senachwine Co-op, Tori Fulgham of Roxana, Justine Seidel of the Altamont Indians, Mary Brokaw, Biggsville, West Central, Sierra Pierce of Fithian Oakwood, Mary Adelfinger of Rock Island Alaman, Lisa Ponder of the Tuscola Warriors, Mackenzie Griffin, Petersburg Porta, Liz Wortman of Effingham St. Anthony, Kate Arndt of Westmont, Megan Venlos of St. Edward and Elgin, Molly Works of New Athens, Natalie Hamilton of Pittsfield, Alex Palm, the senior from Winnebago, and Joanna Bean of Carterville. And it looks like the early leader is from Tuscola. That would be Ponder of Tuscola. We'll check it again on the next circuit, 8 times around the track.
Right.
And the leader is Pierce of Oakwood. In second place is Tuscola's Ponder. And Litchfield coming in to second Litchfield is Quarton of the Litchfield Panthers.
There was a 21 black and white back in the pack, which would...
Oakwood and Litchfield continue to lead. That would be Pierce of Fithian Oakwood by Danville, and Quartron of Litchfield, new third place at the moment.
Tuscola's 21. Pound's not on the field. There's no one bag on the field.
That is Elgin St. Edward. Megan Venlos, I believe, is in the all green there. Elgin St. Edward in third.
Then 6, then 26. 26 would be an add-on. Okay,
we're in section 1, Class A, the 3,200 meter run.
14, 12, 6, and then somebody from 26.
Elgin St. Edward is the third place, which would be Venlos. And then Henry Snatchwine, which is Rachel Kingerly there in the red over green. She's the forerunner.
Halfway point was about 5:50.
About 5:50 at the halfway mark after the 1 mile.
5:45 maybe.
Now taking over the lead is Litchfield's Victoria Quarton, and she is followed by Venlos of Elgin St. Edward. Henry Senachwine's Rachel Kingerly is third. Fithian is fourth. I believe that is Bean of Carterville in fifth. We are in the final day of competition here at the 2010 IHSA Girls State Final Track and Field Meet. This event is being broadcast on the World Wide Web on IHSA TV. And we know we've got responses back from viewers from across the United States over the last 2 days. So we're able now to reach across the world on the World Wide Web. Rock Island Alleman in the top group right now, and the Alleman runner
that is Victoria Quarton leading Litchfield.
Is Mary Adelfinger, a sophomore for Rock Island there, just crossing the finish line. That's your top group. Looks still to be Litchfield as we're now at the 9-minute mark.
Megan Venlos from Elgin St.
And the leaders now into the north curve. That's Litchfield. Quarton of Litchfield in the lead here, followed by Venlos of Elgin St. Edward. Henry Senachwines Kingerly is third. There's an exchange going on for fourth between Carterville's Bean and Adfinger of Alleman. And now we have 400 meters to go here in section 1 of the 2-mile. Sherrard coming across with, it looks like, Effingham at this point. Quarton of Litchfield out front now on the back stretch. Elgin St. Edwards Venlos is second. Henry Senachwines Kingerly, Rachel Kingerly is third. A battle for fourth between Carterville and Alleman.
Is that better?
And to the finish line. This is Victoria Quarton of Litchfield. And the field has been lapped from St. Edwards in Elgin. This is Venlos. Third is Henry Senachwines Kingerly. And now a rush forward. A battle between Alleman. And it looks like Sherrard coming in. And at the wire, we're going to have to split that. There's Sherrard's runner coming across, which would be Crystal Ponce. And the rest of the field comes home. They're still on the track and now entering the north curve. One runner left on the backstretch. Pittsfield's Shay O'Brien, a freshman, will complete her first final at state. And that's it for the 3,200 meter run, Section 1, Class 1A. Here's your first field in heat number 1. In position 1 from far northern Illinois, Hard. In 2, Mendon Unity. In 3, the Byron Tigers. In 4, Tremont. In 5, the Midgets of Freeburg. In position 6, Monmouth Roseville. In 7, Canton. In 8, from eastern Will County, it's the Beecher Bobcats. In position 9, Kewanee Wethersfield Co-op, which is Kewanee and Anawan. Shelbyville in position 10, Orion in 11, Oregon is in position 12, and Elmwood Co-op in 13. We go to the start.
On your marks.
Looks like they've changed numbers. 332 is first position out at 2, right?
Clean start. Elmwood out in position 13 with the best sectional time in this preliminary, 9:51.83.
This rain in the window doesn't help.
And the battle into the north curve looks like Kewanee Wethersfield, Anawan, Kewanee. That should be the Titans. We look at that color scheme and confirm that coming around. Two Titans in the lead, followed by Freeburg. Freeburg very strong in this set of event.
451.
We got the Bush sisters. We've had a very strong spring. Caitlin and Kristen Bush leading Freeburg, and they look to be in third position in this race so far.
5:57 since second.
5:57.
Chasing.
Our day's races are being covered on the web on IHSA TV. Still looks at this time into the exchange. This looks like Wethersfield Anawan battling for the exchange, along with
555, second runner. 441's in second.
Kewanee Wethersfield is in second.
Roseville, Monmouth Roseville leading.
Monmouth Roseville. Roseville in the lead there with Kewanee Wethersfield. Third position looks like Elmwood. Fourth is Freeburg here in this first race of the day. We're battling intermittent rain.
Freeburg making strong move.
Freeburg making a strong move here into third. Monmouth Roseville, Anawan Atkinson, Wethersfield, and Elmwood, your top four after the coming into the third lap. Everybody bunched together. That's Wethersfield, Anawan. Here comes Freeburg to the lead, and Elmwood appears to be in second. for Freeburg. With the baton is Kristen Thovino. Thovino in the lead for Freeburg. Elmwood is second.
I thought it was Frick, but I'm not sure. Savino.
Third is Roseville.
Challenging for second.
Now challenging for second along with Anawan. Kewanee Weathersfield Co-op, the Titans of Weathersfield and Anawan. Into the north curve, still Freeburg. Battling off her shoulder is Anawan Weathersfield. And Elmwood in the black and orange, holding for third as we go into this exchange. And Elmwood with the burst takes the lead in the home stretch here, halfway through this race. And with the baton for Elmwood, 119. That's Byron. Byron is Ashley Dinges. Byron in the lead. Byron really opening it up now. Byron wearing black with orange. She's a freshman for the Byron Tigers.
Freeburg runner is Statler.
Statler running for Freeburg. She's in third. And that's Shelby Steger for Weathersfield as we come around the curve. We'll check it. It's Byron in the lead, followed by the Titans of Anawan Weathersfield. Dinges is the runner for Byron. Here comes Byron being challenged by Weathersfield Co-op. Steger closing here with one more lap on this leg, and now a lead for Anawan Weathersfield. Steger for Anawan Weathersfield. Second place is Byron, which is Dinges, one of the freshman twin sisters for Byron. Third place is still Freeburg. Still Statler.
Fourth place is strong move there. Top 12 times go to finals.
The three winners along with the top 9 times go along. Now we're heading for the anchors. And as we come through the curve, Kewanee Weathersfield, the Anawan Weathersfield Co-op with the lead. And again, you have a challenge as Monmouth Roseville back up, and they'll be second. Third is Freeburg. Fourth, Byron. Lead right now should be Weathersfield.
Claire Pillen, sophomore.
That's Pillen, a sophomore.
Gillen for Monmouth Roseville is their runner.
Monmouth Roseville's Gillen.
Bush runs
And it's Bush on the anchor for Freeburg. Caitlin Bush has the anchor for the Freeburg Midgets. Let's come around, see who's in the lead. That is still Anawan Weathersfield with Monmouth Roseville right behind.
Pillen and Gillen.
Pillen and Gillen.
Gillen is Monmouth Roseville.
Yeah, Rebecca Gillen.
Rebecca Gillen from Monmouth Roseville in second
Giving chase.
for Weathersfield. Claire Pillen, a sophomore, has the lead for Weathersfield. Third place is Bush for Freeburg. Caitlin Bush running the anchor.
Aaron McCary for Byron.
Aaron McCary runs for Byron in fourth. The time right now just at the 9-minute mark. We need the field referee to the high jump. Field referee to the high jump.
Here they come.
On the back stretch. It is still Weathersfield, Claire Pillen, Rebecca Gillen for Monmouth Roseville through the north curve. Our first race of the day here in the Class A preliminaries. And we bring them home to the finish. Weathersfield, Anawan, the Titans, will go on to the final. If Roseville has anything to say about it, we're going to go to the finish line. And we're heading to the finish line, and the burst is, and it will go to Monmouth Roseville with the automatic. Rebecca Gillen takes it. There's Bush for Freeburg. Next in is Byron. Aaron McCary.
You windshield wiper.
Second call for the 4x100. Second call for the 4x100 meters. Second call.
Report to the top.
Report. And that's our behind finish for Monmouth Roseville, just edging out Weathersfield Anawan. So Roseville will advance to tomorrow's finals, the unofficial. Clear for preliminary number 2.
Strong entries for Princeton.
Here's the field. In 1, the Falcons of Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. In position 2, Downs Tri-Valley. In 3, it's Lena Winslow from far northern Illinois. In position 4, Somonauk. In position number 5, it's the Sabres of the High School of St. Thomas More, Champaign. Position 6, St. Joe Ogden. In 7, the Newton Eagles, Winnebago. Always a strong distance team out in 8. Petersburg Porta. In 9, the Benton Rangers will be in this race. In position 10, Liberty. In position 11, Timothy Christian from Elmhurst. In 12, and the Princeton Tigers, second best in the sectionals, will be on the outside in position 13. That's your field in a heat number 2 of the 4x800. And we go to the starter.
On your marks.
Again, in this race, Princeton is led by Allie Youngren. We need to keep an eye also on Alex Palm, the senior for Winnebago, as we go past the break and head to the rail. Very tight field. Looks like Petersburg Porta, the Blue Jays, in the lead. Yeoman for Porta as we head into the north curve. Monmouth Roseville with the official win in that first race. Monmouth 9:52.10 looks like in that race. There's Porta, followed by Princeton and St. Joe Ogden. Allie Youngren in second place. Third place is St. Joe Ogden. Looks like Petersburg Porta with the lead. That looks like Amy Yeoman with the lead for Petersburg Porta. Second place is Princeton. Princeton is Youngren. Third place, St. Joe Ogden.
200 to go.
200 to go to the exchange. Porta, Princeton, St. Joe. There's an exchange now into third. New third place as we come around. That's Alex Palm of Winnebago into second place. Porta, Winnebago, and a new third here as we come in.
223 unofficial.
223 unofficial on the split. That looks like Gibson City made the effort for third place there. We'll keep an eye on it.
I didn't get the Winnebago one.
Again, we have had second call on the 4x100. Second call on the 4x100, where there are 6 preliminaries. Porta still in the lead.
Winnebago giving chase.
Winnebago giving chase.
Jessica Palm.
That's Jessica Palm for Winnebago. And the Blue Jays continue to lead. Princeton in third. Gibson City, Melvin Sibley looks like in fourth. That's Birch for Princeton. That looks like Elise Cristofanelli in the lead for Porta. Winnebago continues second with Jessica Palm. Third place is Princeton. Kara Birch for Princeton in third. Gibson City is fourth. St. Joe Ogden is fifth.
St. Joe Ogden runner is Sidney Long.
Long running for St. Joe.
Who's in third, St. Joe?
Third place here as we come into the exchange. It's Porta with the lead, followed by Winnebago. Princeton right behind. Gibson City. Here comes St. Joe battling for position number 4. We have Porta with the exchange. Kristen Rohr for Porta. Rohr. And
Betsy Gray for Winnebago.
Betsy Gray for Winnebago, but they've dropped back, and Princeton now into second place. St. Joe into 4th. Everybody bunching up.
Princeton's runner C.J. Rhodes.
Rhodes running for Princeton. St. Joe now into 2nd.
St. Joe is Lauren Cessna.
Lauren Cessna for St. Joe. Rohr for Porta, just going past the scoreboard and coming around into the home stretch. Petersburg, Porta. The Blue Jays with the lead.
400 to go. 500.
Little over 400 to go in this leg. A battle for second here. We got a new 3rd place in there. Winnebago trying to hold on into 5th. Gibson City behind. Betsy Gray for Winnebago. Right now, St. Joe Ogden leads the pack in 2nd. Still Porta.
St. Joe Cessna.
Cessna running for St. Joe. Petersburg still in the lead.
Winnebago's back into 3rd.
Winnebago into 3rd. St. Joe is 2nd. Princeton now fading as there is a new 4th place in the field. Almost looks like Lena Winslow by the colors. Still Petersburg, Porter, as we head to the anchors in this 2nd race, just past 7 minutes. Here's Porta, followed by St. Joe Ogden. 3rd place.
The Porta anchor is Claire Brown.
Claire Brown for Porta. Now with it, St. Joe.
St. Joe's Chelsea Blaze.
Chelsea Blaze into 2nd for St. Joe.
Mark, when you get the chance, could you announce again that discus weigh-in will be in the hospitality tent? Thank you.
Discus weigh-in is in the hospitality tent. Discus weigh-in, the hospitality tent. Now as we go into the north curve, it appears that St. Joe has the lead.
Chelsea Blaze.
That's Blaze. No, we've still got Porta. The field is about to be lapped. So here comes Petersburg Porta. Claire Brown for the Blue Jays, and the field has been lapped. Next is St. Joe Ogden. Chelsea Blaze in 3rd. So what we have here now, that's St. Thomas More in 3rd place. Aaron Wachtel, followed by Princeton, and then Lena Winslow. Winnebago follows that group. Into the north curve, Porta now being challenged on her shoulder. Nope, that's Porta. And we're going to come home here with Porta. The field has been lapped, so this is Porta with the win. Petersburg Porta. 2nd place will be St. Joe Ogden. So
Chelsea Blaze.
Chelsea Blaze, Porta with the win. Claire Brown with the win for Porta. Here's Chelsea Blaze. Third is St. Thomas More. Aaron Wachtel. Fourth is Princeton. Fifth is Winnebago.
Huffle.
Huffle for Winnebago. Tessa Huffle. Followed by Lena. This should be Gibson City Melvin Sibley finishing. And that's the field coming around.
Benton was last, is that right?
I think it's the window. I can't get my glasses. That's dirty. I can't clean them.
So it doesn't matter how many times I wipe
I
my
know, I
glasses.
keep wiping mine too. It doesn't make any difference.
And as the rest of the field comes home, looks like Salmonok is out there entering the north curve. So our second winner, Petersburg Porta, holds on throughout the race to qualify for tomorrow, along with Monmouth Roseville. Will be in 5, Kankakee Bishop McNamara, the Irish, in position 6. Nashville is in 7. Decatur St. Teresa is in position number 8. Rock Falls in 9. The Carrollton Hawks from Greene County in 10. The Neoga
Eureka.
Indians in 11. Monticello, the Sages, out in 12. And the sectional best, Palos Heights Chicago Christian, will be out in position 13. So in this race, you want to watch Chicago Christian.
First call, second flight of the long jump.
First call, second flight of the long jump. First call, second flight of the long jump.
Quiz for Rock Falls.
Vasquez for Rock Falls. Bishop McNamara,
Pete Tucker,
along with Rock Falls.
Kristen Harms is Chicago Palos High School or Chicago Christian. Harms, the lead off.
McNamara is actually Osterhouse.
Eureka, Bishop Mac, Rock Falls, and Palos Heights Chicago Christian. We go to the starter.
Who's starting?
field event referee. On your mark.
Clean start here. And from the outside, everybody bunches up onto the rail. It'll take us a second here through the rain. And that should be Chicago Christian in the purple with the early lead, Kristen Harms of Chicago Christian. As we go into the north curve, field still very tight after the first 300 meters.
Eureka's in 5th.
On the outside, that looks like Eureka. Klaus, okay, Klaus is, Eureka's back. You still have Chicago Christian on the rail. Kirsten Harms. Kirsten Harms.
That's Rock Falls. That was in second.
Rock Falls looks to be in the top group.
That's Vasquez.
That's Vasquez for Rock Falls. Everybody's still tight on the backstretch.
There's 4 look to separate.
Chicago Christian back into the lead. Looks like Rock Falls is in second.
That's right.
As we go to the north curve, Chicago Christian, the sectional best, in first. Rock Falls in second. That's Altamont in third.
Second place,
Blue and yellow is
Altamont in third as we go into the exchange for Chicago Christian. And Julie Camp with the baton for Chicago Christian. Rock Falls in second. Paige Davis running for Rock Falls.
fourth to third from Monticello.
Monticello,
Emily Smith
Emily Smith
pushing for third.
pushing for third behind Altamont.
Altamont is Mallory Wending.
Mallory Wending running for the Indians there.
fly to the long jump. Third call.
Third call, second fly to the long jump. Third call, second fly to the long jump. Still Chicago Christian's race. Julie Camp for Chicago Christian. And through the windshield here, it's still Rock Falls in second. Paige Davis for Rock Falls.
Strong run by Eureka.
Here comes Eureka challenging Altamont. And Eureka battles for third. Altamont fourth. Monticello fifth.
Natalie Punt. P-U-E-N-T.
That's Punty.
Natalie Punty for Eureka.
You're not going to believe that. They pronounce that pinch. I had one of their brothers at Notre Dame.
Pint for Eureka.
That's right.
Now into third. Let's check this as we come into the north curve. Chicago Christian with the lead. Van Dyke with the baton now. And Rock Falls is second. Eureka is in third. Aubrey Johnson for Rock Falls. Here comes Eureka. Eureka in third. And a battle for fourth. Altamont trying to stay in it. Watson from Eureka. There is Altamont holding on to the rail.
Justin Seidel.
And that's Justine Seidel for Altamont. And we're at the 5.5 mark here, time-wise, in the third runner. And it's Chicago Christian here. Van Dyke. First call for second flight of shot put. First call for second flight of shot put. Van Dyke for Chicago Christian, followed by Rock Falls. Rock Falls has been in second throughout the race. That's Aubrey Johnson. Here third is Eureka. Watson for Eureka. Seidel still running strong for Altamont. Everybody running here against the clock. Neoga. That looks like Neoga in fifth. Monticello in sixth. Once again, we've had the final call on the 4x100. Final call 4x100. On the backstretch now. There's your leader, Van Dyke, for Chicago Christian. Chicago Christian 9:41.68 in the sectional. Watch their time up on the scoreboard. Here's your leader. Chicago Chicago Christian. Ready for the anchor. Almost 100-meter lead here. Van Dyke hands off to Stacy Camp for Chicago Christian. Here's Justine Seidel. She's moved into second for Altamont. Monticello closing with Eureka and Rock Falls. Now Eureka trying to gain on the top four. Altamont. It's Ziegler for Altamont. Great leg there, run by Justine Seidel.
Lindsay Crow for Rock Falls.
Crow for Rock Falls. The anchor is Stacy Camp there on the back stretch for Chicago Christian. Coming up on the 8-minute mark. And we watch the field here. It may be lapped before we're done. Here's Chicago Christian. Stacy Camp. And her nearest competition just passing the scoreboard, which is still Altamont. And that should be 400 to go. Ziegler from Altamont still in second. Monticello in third. That looks like Eureka in fourth. Eureka.
Rock Falls in fourth.
Rock Falls in fourth. Eureka in fifth. Neoga in sixth.
Good, that's it.
Crow for Rock Falls. Eureka struggling. Neoga trying to pass. Your leader now has 200 to go. Stacy Camp on the back stretch. 9:04, just past the 9-minute mark. They set 9:41.68 in the sectional. Chicago Christian apparently advances to the final. Barring any other factors, Stacy Camp, here we come home in our final race of the day.
100 to go.
100 to go. Just at the 9:30 mark, 10 seconds to their sectional best. This is Chicago Christian with the win. 9:39, 9:40, 9:41. Looks like 9:43, 9:44 for Chicago Christian. Second place, the Altamont Indians. Still holding on. We come home. Grace Ziegler, and this looks like Rock Falls battling for fourth with Monticello. It's Ziegler for Altamont. Crow for Rock Falls battling for third. Smith win. We got Rock Falls, Monticello. There's Neoga. And Eureka trying to make the field. Once again, it's the top 9 times here in the probably the fastest race of the day. 9:44, the apparent win. Here comes Bishop McNamara in the day glow green. And that should be it, as the rest of the field comes through the north curve. And we bring them home. So, it looks like the 3 teams automatically advancing would be Elm, Monmouth Roseville, Petersburg Porta, and Chicago Christian, along with the next 9 best time. The 4 by 800-meter relay. Here's the field. In position 1, the Byron Tigers. In 2, the Princeton Tigers. In 3, the Titans of the Kewanee Weathersfield Co-op, Weathersfield and Anawan. The Altamont Indians in 4. The High School of St. Thomas More, Champaign in 5. Monmouth Roseville in 6. Winnebago in 7. The Freeburg Midgets in 8. Petersburg Porta Blue Jays in 9. Elmwood in 10. The Spartans of St. Joseph Ogden in 11. And Palos Heights Chicago Christian out in section position 13.
The number one runner for Roseville, they're the top.
Clean start yesterday. Monmouth Roseville with a 9:52.10. Chicago Christian a 9:44.22. And Porta a 9:45.69. Those were the three winners out of the prelims. And right now in the lead, Chicago Christian with Petersburg Porta. And on the outside is Elmwood. Elmwood moves to second. There's Altamont.
Who's in the lead?
Chicago Christian in the lead. Harms.
And Altamont is Folk.
Altamont is Folk.
F-U-L-K, I think.
The Class 1A record set last year by the team featuring Stephanie Brown of Downs Tri-Valley. 9:23.93. We've just been told that Kelsey Card of Carlinville has set a new state record in the shot put. 48.9 3/4 for Card of Carlinville. Here's the exchange. It's between Chicago Christian, Petersburg Porta, and Elmwood. Finelli with the baton for Porta.
It's Cristo Finelli, my fault.
Cristo Finelli. Chicago Christian in the lead. Petersburg Porta, Elmwood.
Camp running for Christian. Camp.
Camp running for Christian.
And Porta is Cristo Finelli, and who's the third one?
Cristo Finelli running for the Blue Jays. And we'll get a mark here. That should be Elmwood going into the north curve. The Trojans of Elmwood.
Rachel Brunn.
Brunn for Elmwood. Behind them, you have Anawan and Winnebago. There is Princeton and Freeburg, along with Altamont.
Jessica Palm for Winnebago.
Palm for Winnebago, running for the Indians. This is the state championship in Class 1A for the 4x800 meter relay, led currently by Chicago Christian. Elmwood into second, Porta in third, Anawan Wethersfield in fourth, but a challenge for the fourth position right now.
Wethersfield's Chapman.
Chapman running for Wethersfield Anawan through the north curve. Chicago Christian heads to the exchange. Chicago Christian, Elmwood, Petersburg Porta, Winnebago in the next position, followed by Anawan.
Jessica Palm for Winnebago.
Palm for Anawan for Winnebago. St. Thomas More coming across with St. Joe Ogden.
Leader, wow.
At the 4-minute, almost 5-minute mark here. With the baton in the north curve is Van Dyke running for Chicago Christian. Elmwood is second. Chicago Christian's Van Dyke. Elmwood is second. Porta is third. Winnebago fourth.
Repeat, please. What was that about the long jump? You want field referee?
Here's Chicago Christian coming into the anchors.
Porta second.
Porta is second.
Chicago Christian's anchor.
And Chicago Christian is away. That's camp for Chicago Christian. Elmwood is second.
Porta is Claire Brown.
Porta
Is second, Claire Brown.
is second with Claire Brown.
And Elmwood's anchor.
That is Porta into second position. Elmwood is third.
Hope Hooserman. Hooserman. Hope Hooserman.
Hooserman
Hope.
running for Elmwood.
The top three.
Here is Chicago Christian. The anchor is Stacy Camp. And we should have 400 to go.
Claire Brown.
Claire Brown for Petersburg Porta. Elmwood is third.
Elmwood is at Hooserman.
Hooserman for Elmwood. Followed by Monmouth Roseville. Now Princeton into the top group. And Winnebago.
Princeton's anchor is Stevens.
Stevens running for Princeton.
Huffle for
Tessa Huffle for Winnebago. Here's Altamont finishing up the group on the back stretch and into the north curve and heading to the first championship of the day on the track for Class 1A. Palos Heights, Chicago Christian. This is Camp running for Chicago Christian, followed by Petersburg Porta.
close to a record.
Close to the record at 9:10, 9:11. 9:23 is the record. 9:23 is the record by Downs Tri-Valley. Watch the clock. 9:20. Chicago Christian 9:20. Followed by Petersburg Porta. Here is Elmwood, Monmouth, Roseville, Princeton, Winnebago, St. Thomas More and Anawan. And we lost it there for a second by Winnebago.
10 yards, 10 meters from finish. 10 meters from finish.
But we have a 9:20.40 on the board for Chicago Christian. 9:26.71 for Porta.
The IHSA Girls State Track Meet. Girls Long Jump in 9th place is Taylor Winterman with a jump of 16 foot, 5.75 inches from Lexington. In 8th place is Sarah Menaire from Princeton with a jump of 6 inches. Congratulations, ladies.
And we do have confirmation from the dugout that Chicago Christian has set a new Class A record with that 9:20 mark, 9:20.40. Here's the field. The Tigers of Olney, East Richland in lane number 2. Spring Valley, Hall in 3. Warrensburg Latham, the Cardinals, will be out in 4. Athens in the middle. Kankakee Bishop Mac in lane 6, Tolono Unity, the Rockets from Champaign County in 7. The Princeton Tigers will be out in 8. This is the 4x100. You've got 6 sections, which means the 6 winners will advance along with top 3 times for this race. And the sectional best is Sherrard. We'll see them in the final race with a time of 49.61. We will go to the starter. Clean start here. In the middle is Athens. McNamara on the outside in the day glow. On the inside is Warrensburg Latham. Everybody pretty even into the first exchange. Latham is last. There in the middle is Athens. First exchange to Athens. McNamara holding strong on the outside. Into the next exchange. There is McNamara. Athens holds the inside. Athens and McNamara. Coming back is lane 6 also. Bishop McNamara. Outside of them is Tolono Unity in the all-white. Here's your final exchange. And it's straightening out. Athens in the middle. For Athens is Johnson. 5, 6, 7 is Athens, McNamara, Tolono Unity. It'll go 5, 6, 7 on the first race. The unofficial win to Athens. And the anchor was Kristen Johnson. Here's heat number 2. In position 2, Assumption and Moequa. Central A&M in 2. Pleasant Plains from the Springfield area in 3. Rushville Industry in 4. The Byron Tigers will be in the middle.
5 is 116.
Lyles Senior, the Lions, will be in 6. Port Byron Riverdale, the Rams from Rock Island County in 7. Rockford Christian Life out in 8. And we'll go to the starter in heat number 2 of 6, 4x100. That's a clean start. Rushville, Byron, and Lyle are in the middle here. A good start for Rushville. And the exchange. There's Rushville and Byron holding outside in 5. 5 and 6 is Lyle. Byron and Lyle. There's the exchange for Byron. Byron. And a bit of a fallback for Lyle there as we go here. This is Byron with the lead. 5-7 is Port Byron Riverdale in the yellow. Port Byron and Byron. Byron and Port Byron. 5-7-6 is Lyle. Lyle holding on. It's going to go Byron, Port Byron, and Lyle. And Pleasant Plains, the apparent 1, 2, 3, 4. And Athen's time in the first race, 50-69. It's 50-87 for Byron, 50-97 for Port Byron. Lyle, 51-62.
Angie Renfro anchoring Byron.
That was Angie Renfro anchoring for Byron. Now, race number 3 under the blocks. First call on the hurdles, although there'll be a 15-minute warm-up on the hurdles. This is the first call for the hurdles. Pinckneyville will be in lane number 2. In 3, it's the Gray Ghosts of IVC. Chillicothe, Illinois Valley in 3. Plano, the Reapers in 4. The Eureka Hornets in 5. They'll challenge Benton in lane 6. Fairbury, Prairie Central in 7. Colfax, Ridgeview in 8. And the Hilltoppers of Hillsboro in 9. This is race number 3 of 6. Again, this is race number 3 of 6, and we are with the starter. Eureka in the middle with a 50-53, 4th best out of the sectional. They're going to be strong, especially at the anchor. On the outside, it's Eureka,
Fairbury.
along with Fairbury in 7. They're in the middle. 5 and 6 is Eureka and Benton. Benton wearing white. Watch this exchange. There's Eureka.
7.
And 7 is Prairie Central. 5, 6, and 7. Eureka, Benton, Prairie Central. Into the anchors we go. That looks like Eureka on the advantage.
First exchange.
There's Caligold for Eureka. On the outside is Benton Schutt. It's gold for Eureka, Schutt for Benton. And the win is going to go to Eureka, 5-6-4. Eureka and gold with the win. Benton and Caitlin Schutt in second. Plano will come in third with Miles, a freshman, on the anchor for the Reapers. Eureka with the win in that race. Now on to heat number 4, where Murfreesboro will be out in lane number 2. St. Joseph Ogden in 3. The Bulldogs of St. Teresa in 4. Carthage Illini West in the middle. In 6, Bushnell Prairie City. The Saukees of Pittsfield in 7. Gibson City Melvin Sibley. Ford County's Falcons out in 8. And the Piasaw Birds will be in 9 for Piasaw Southwestern. Eureka's win 50-32. Followed by Benton at 50-79. Plano 51-21. Again, in a field like this, it's going to be basically the top 3 times after the 6 winners. And with that, we'll go to the starter. Clean start again in the middle here. You have Decatur, St. Teresa, Illini West, and Bushnell Prairie City.
Good start, Bushnell.
Bushnell on the good side. There's St. Teresa on the inside in the white over black. St. Teresa very even with Illini West. There is Illini West and St. Teresa on the inside. St. Teresa of Decatur. And in lane number 4, we have the advantage with Illini West. That is Groenwald for Illini West versus Adai. Groenwald, the win will go 5-4-6, which is Prairie City. Illini West with the win, followed by St. Teresa and Prairie City. Carthage with a 49.99. St. Teresa 50.27. Bushnell 50.99. There on the scoreboard.
Those are official times.
Those are official times. Coal City, the Kohlers in 3. Rock Falls in 4. Walther Lutheran in 5. Momence's Redskins in 6. Elmhurst Timothy Christian in 7. Rock Island Alaman in 8. And the Newton Eagles from Jasper County in 9. In the middle here, Rock Falls, Walther Lutheran, and from Kankakee County, Moments.
know the campers?
No. See,
And a clean start. We keep battling rain here at O'Brien Stadium. Up and down, there in the middle. That looks like Walther Lutheran in the green, trying to hold on with Moments in the red on the outside. And the exchange very even between Lutheran and Moments. Now we have Walther Lutheran with the lead. And into the anchor, that's Walther Lutheran. That's Kirksey. Lane 4 is Rock Falls, which is Day. We have Walther Lutheran with the win. 5, 4, and 6 Moments in third. Walther Lutheran 50-42. Rock Falls. Central Catholic, the Saints are in 6, followed by Peoria Manual in 7. They've had a strong season in this event. Manual in 7. Heron in 8. And the Paris Tigers from just down Route 16 out by the Indiana border. Paris will be in 9. Again, Sherrard with the sectional best, 49-61. We'll watch lane 5, but a close challenge on either side by Olympia and Central Catholic. Clean start for our last race in the 4x100. Lane 5 is Sherrard. And the handoff. Lane 5, Sherrard. And lane 6, which is Bloomington Central Catholic.
6.
5 and 6. That looks like Sherrard there in all purple. 5, 6, now 7 is Manuel. Manuel's been running in orange throughout the season. There's Sherrard. This is Sarah Boras. On the outside is Bloomington Central. 5, 6, 4, Sarah Boras and Sherrard. 5, 6, 4, 3. 5 is Sherrard. 6, Bloomington Central Catholic. Stanford Olympia. In Section 1, Class 1A, Position 1, Port Byron Riverdale, the Rams from Rock Island County in 1, the Bulldogs of St. Teresa in 2, in 3, Athens, in 4, the Eureka Hornets, in 5, the Sherrard Tigers, Carthage Illini West in 6, Walther Lutheran in 7, the Byron Tigers in 8, and the Benton Rangers in lane number 9. 4x100, Class 1A, the finals. For Class 1A, we'll go to the starter. For Eureka, that's Cooper Schmidt. Right now, I see a race, Eureka Sherrard, basically Eureka Sherrard, but also Illini West. Let's watch it as we go through the exchanges. Anything can happen. That's Sherrard with a good command to the middle of the track. That's Hainline. That's Hainline for Sherrard with the lead. Eureka right behind. There is Eureka and Sherrard running well as Illini West. This one's going to straighten out even. That's more for Illini West to Grunwald. This is Boras, Grunwald, and Calagold. But on the outside, we've got Walther Lutheran still in there. Here is Boras and Gold. Boras and Gold and Kirksey for Walther Lutheran. This one's going to go 7-4, 4-5. Maybe Eureka into second, but a big burst by Walther Lutheran and Kirksey in the anchor race. We'll watch it on the board because there will be a photo. It is Walther Lutheran with a 49-46. And then Eureka is second. 63 versus Sherrard 67 hundredths. It's Walther Lutheran, Eureka, Sherrard, and Illini. We will introduce the field after the start of the race and after a set of awards. So we go now to the starter for Section 2 of the 3,200-meter run, Class 1A. There's a field of 23 in Section 2, the sectional best. Julia Buford of Chicago Latin in Class 1A. We can go to the award stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have results for the Class 2A 4x100 relay. Placing ninth for the Cahokia Lady Comanches, Rontacial Rogers, Monet Ballard, Tyrone Harris, and Michaela Collins ran 50.02. For the Rocks of Rock Island, Sierra Turner, Triona Roberts, Talise Garcia, and Troy Jackson ran 49.66 to place 8th. For the Vikings of Danville, Alexis Jimson Miller, Mandisa Danson, and Casimir Bailey, Cabriona Schrader ran 49.39 to place 7th. For the Meteors of Thornton Fractional North, Portia Shad, Katiera Essex, Dominique Jefferson, and Cornelia Bobo ran 49.35 to place 6th. Setting a school record for the Vikings of Ileana Christian, Ebony Wynn, Nina Bush, Victoria Archie, and Ashley Decker ran 49.30. For the Titans out of Glenwood, Melina Murphy, Crystal Lee, Marissa Stafford, and Jasmine Jackson ran 49.18 to place 4th. For the Terriers of Carbondale, Shanice Bufford, Hannah Wild, Courtney Flowers, and Kalaya Cobb ran 48.98 to place 3rd. Your runner-up, the Spartans of Southeast, Amber Brown, Kaya Griffin, Shawnice Sullivan, and Alexandria Harden ran 48.55. And then a strong finish from their anchors. The K's of Kankakee are your Class 2A 4x1 state champions. Tia Brooks, Summer Elm, Courtney Griffin, and Dominic Kimpel ran 48.33 to take the championship. Congratulations, ladies.
In the Class 1A high jump, the bar now going to 5'11" on the track, and they've gone past 800 meters so far. It's Section 2, Class 1A, 3,200 meters. And at this point, we're keeping an eye on the leader, Julie James, a freshman from El Paso Gridley. She has just barnstormed through the season here in distance events, and James is leading this section for the 3,200. Kristen Bush is second from Freeburg.
Jamie Holmes.
Holmes in the top group for Tremont. And also Kristen Garwood of Springfield Lutheran, who was one of the state medalists last fall at Detweiler Park. El Paso Gridley, Freeburg, Springfield Lutheran, Tremont, Decatur St. Teresa. That should be Shelbyville in there as well. That's Duckett of Shelbyville. Still being led by El Paso Gridley's Julie James.
How many jumpers left?
Yes, we need to have Pete Tucker report to the high jump, please.
Pete Tucker, please report to the high jump. Pete Tucker to the high jump.
Measure a record height.
We're at 5'11" in the Class 1A high jump. James still in the lead. It looks like St. Teresa may have moved to the front of the group as well.
Yes.
Jenna Heeman at the high jump from Breeze Central is going to tie the record at 5'11".
At the high jump, Jenna Heyman of Breeze Central attempts to tie the state record high jump at 5'11". This is Heyman of Breeze Central. On the track, here's the field. Vanessa Conley of Mackinac Deer Creek. Kelly Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic. Defending state champion in cross country, Kristen Bush of Freeburg. Miranda Biddle of Aledo. Sarah Barry of Westmont. Julie James of El Paso, one of the leaders right now. Tessa Heffel, Winnebago. Ellen Devereaux, who is also at the front of the field for Decatur St. Teresa. Haley Elders of Heron. Chelsea Blaze of St. Joe Ogden. Christine Wigington of Stanford Olympia. Ali Egamaya of Sparta.
Yes.
Stephanie Simpson of Chicago Luther North. Leah Livingston of Gibson City Melvin Sibley. Katie Jansen of Minot Fieldcrest. Mallory Bergbauer of Bluford Weber. Jamie Holmes of Tremont. Mary Spica of Ottawa Marquette. Ivy Handley of Decatur St. Teresa. Julia Buford of Chicago Latin. She was the sectional best. Teresa Wella of St. Thomas More Champaign. Caitlin Duckett of Shelbyville. Kristen Garwood of Springfield Lutheran. We go to the award stand. Did you get those?
Yes.
We have the results of the 4x100 in 3A. In ninth place, with a time of 49.34 seconds, Bolingbrook High School. Runners Kimberly Acey, Brianna Taylor, Alicia Golden, and Mercedes Griffin. In eighth place, with a time of 48.74 seconds, Belleville East High School. Jessica McCaskill, Dante Mosby, Asia Cochran, and Anicia Brooker. In seventh place, Fallon High School. Peter Maxson, Hillary Conrad, Bianca Santos, and Michelle A. That was at the time of 48.59 seconds. In sixth place, the time of 48.19 seconds, Nicolay High School from Frankfurt. Runners Dean Weller, Maria Perosi, Blue Sikora, and Leah Brown. In sixth place, with a time of 48.06 seconds, from Aurora, Levante Valley High School. Runners Crystal Butler, Moria Pearson, Dasha Patton, and Maura Lake Atkinson. In fourth place, with a time of 47.73 seconds, East St. Louis Senior High School. Runners Brandy Griffin, Chelsea Robinson, Dara McNeil, and Marquita Rush. In third place, with a time of 47.64 seconds, from Borger Park High School in Chicago, Chanel Williams, Gianna Tabb, Kristen Brandt, and Alexis Clary. Your runner-up, with a time of 47.16 seconds, Homewood Crossmore High School from Crossmore. Rhonda Woolman, Abby Woolman, Ashley Collins, and Leslie Esco. And the state champ for the 4x100 in 3A, with a time of 47.02 seconds, from Tinsdale Central High School. Monique Vernowick, Sophie Soliston, Kayla Schwartz, and Lauren Rouse. The 4x100 relay 3A.
All right, with 700 meters to go in this race, the defending state 2A cross-country champion, Kelly Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic, has taken the lead. Kristen Bush is second. And Luther North has come up into third right now. That's Stephanie Simpson, a junior. Now, at the pole vaults, the only competitor left in 1A, Sarah Bell, a freshman for Bloomington Central Catholic, has been attempting the state mark at 11.8. She's the apparent state champion in the 1A pole vault. In the 2A pole vault, we're at 12.6. And Emily Grove of Pontiac and Emily Clay of Normal U High attempting the state record at 12.6. This is Kelly Curran. Crossing with 400 to go. Kristen Bush of Freeburg is second. Now that looks like Garwood of Springfield Lutheran in third. Chicago Lutheran North Stephanie Simpson is fourth. Julie James has faded back into the top 10. But Curran now with a commanding lead. Curran laying back throughout the race and taking the lead in the last 800. Curran now on the back stretch. That's Bush of Freeburg is second. Now Simpson of Luther North pushing for third. Kelly Curran into the north curve. And Curran will come home.
Top 9 score, right?
Here's Bush trying to get into the group. Kelly Curran will take the 2A mark in the 3200. This is Kristen Bush of Freeburg, and a new third. That should be Buford of the Latin School. Here come the Romans, and I think she got her. Buford may have nipped Bush. And Julie James is coming home with some energy here, and she should be in the top 5 as a freshman. The 3,200 meter run. We'll need to see the time on that. Curran with an 11:12:03. Buford of the Latin School 11:20. Bush 11:20:03. It was Buford of the Latin School, Chicago, with second place. We go to the award stand.
For the Silver Streaks of Galesburg, Amy Blucker took the shot 36 feet 9 and 1/4 inches. Placing 8th for the Lake Villa, the future Lady Bear, Katie Malloy, took the shot 37 feet 3 and 1/2 inches to place 8th. Placing 7th. The junior, Lataria Ferry for Springfield, took the shot 38 feet 3 inches. Placing 6th, Jalen Ayers out of Danville took the shot 38 feet 4 and 1/2 inches. Placing 5th, earning her first state medal as a senior, Raven Robinson.
And we have a clean start. That's Greenville in the middle. On the outside is McGann. McGann and Holden battling now. Lane 6 is McGann and Holden to the finish. 6.54 will be McGann of IVC, Ashley Holden of Greenville, Sydney Potts of Benton. McGann with a 15, looks like 87. 16:03 for Holden, 16:24 for Potts.
2 will set the field. Lane 2, Danielle Wigginton, Stanford Olympia. Lane 3, Hannah Reed, Peru St. Bede. Lane 4, Caitlin Corzine, Moweaqua, Central A&M. Lane 5, Courtney McKibben, Rockford Christian. Lane 6, Mackenzie Bollinger, Aurora Christian. Lane 7, Madison Renfro, Moweaqua, Central A&M. And Lane 8, Alexis Harrison, Melrose Park, Walter Lutheran.
So 2 Raiders from Central A&M in this race, along with Peru St. Bede's Reed, a freshman for the Bruins. Courtney McKibben is in the middle and is the 4th best out of the sectional from Rockford Christian Life. Bollinger of Aurora Christian will be on the outside of McKibben. Clean start in number 2, lane 4 is Corzine of A&M. There's Kibben of Rockford Christian. Kibben, now outside of her is Bollinger. 5-6-4 is McKibben of Rockford Christian. Bollinger of Aurora Christian. Corzine of A&M. And McKibben with a 15.54, Bollinger with a 16.42, and a 16.84 for Corzine. That's heat number 2.
From Benton. Lane 3, Melissa Bull, Pearl City. Lane 4, Lydia Mitchell from Tolono Unity. Lane 5, Sarah Boris from Sherrard. Lane 6, Lonnie Manalia from Gillespie. Lane 7, Brianna Staunch from Cowden Co-op. Lane 8, Olivia Moody from Plano. And Lane 9, Morgan Dries from Teutopolis.
Sarah Boris in the middle here with a sectional time of 15:06. This is number 3 of 5. Final call on the 100 dash. Final call on the 100 dash. First call on the 800. Final call on the 100 dash. First call on the 800. And we're coming back.
Dale or John, can you give me a verbal confirmation that the heat 2 is going to be Amboy in heat 5, lane 2?
Lane 8 is now open. Lane 8.
Let me go out and see if I can get it for you.
Lane 9. Correction, lane 9 is open. And we're underway. That's Boris for Sherrard. Great jump for Sarah. And Gillespie in second is Manalia. This one's going to go 5 and then 8. 5, 8, 6. That's unofficial, but we've got a 15.62 for Sarah Boris. Moody is second, and that would be Olivia Moody of Plano out in 8. So it was 8 with a 16.84.
Preliminary heat number 4 consists of lane 2, Danny Courtois from Carthage, Illini West. Lane 3, Kinsey Moged from Flanagan. 4 is Tara Smith Gillespie. Paige Nodal is in lane 5, Byron. Lane 6 is Sarah Fisher, Kiwani Weathersfield, Co-op. Lane 6. Lane 7 is Allison Smith, Port Byron, Riverdale High School. Lane 8, Cammie Carpenter, Stanford Olympia. And lane 9, Rachel Duensing from Steelville.
Nodal, a junior, with a sectional time 14.92. All these sectional times are very difficult here. Conditions really just a raw situation here with the winds now out of the southeast and gusting, and the rain still a factor here at O'Brien.
Flight 3 shot.
Flight 3 of the shot put has been called. Flight 3 of the shot put. We have had the final call on the 100 dash. Final call on the 100 dash to the 10th. This is heat number 4 of 5, the 100-meter hurdles. We go to the starter. In the middle there's Byron and Nodal. Nodal from lane number 2. You've got Moged of Flanagan. On the outside in lane number 7, Pittsfield. But the win apparent to Paige Nodal of Byron, Carpenter of Olympia. Perhaps a factor. It's going to be Nodal, Fisher, Mosed. Nodal with a 15.16, Fisher of Weathersfield, the freshman, 16.29, Mosed 16.30, Moged, that's Flanagan. And now race number 5.
100-meter high hurdles, race number 5, the last flight. We have lane 2, Jessica Fager from Williamsville. Lane 3, Jocelyn Northrup, Byron. Lane 4, Jane Godfrey from Decatur, St. Teresa. Lane 5, Alexa Allen, Port Byron, Riverdale. Lane 6, Katie Ryan, Kankakee, McNamara. Lane 7, Carly Loesch from Pittsfield Co-op. Lane 8, Kayla Haggart, Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. And lane 9, Brittany Whitaker from Nashville.
Alexa Allen, the sectional best, 1483 from the sectional. In the middle there, you got Port Byron, Riverdale. That's Allen. Allen battling Ryan of McNamara. Allen from a standing start heads in, and she's got the lead here. Your sectional best will win out of lane 5. Lane 6 is Bishop McNamara's Katie Ryan. Godfrey, St. Teresa, close, and she will come in third. Allen with a 15:56. Ryan, 15:81. 16:54 for Godfrey. That's your official 3 times there. And a clean start, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 1A championship in the 100-meter high hurdles. In the middle here, you have Nodal of Byron and Alexa Allen. Alexa Allen of Port Byron, Riverdale. It's Port Byron, Riverdale, and Byron. The apparent 1-2. Allen 14:61, Nodal 14:67, Port Byron and Byron. A 1-2.
Nodal caught a spike.
Looks like Nodal may have caught a spike coming across, and that was the difference for Alexa Allen to be the 2010 state champion. We've got Farley here of Seton Academy. Lane 6 is Georgetown Ridge Farm, along with 7 Bushnell. And that's South Holland Seton, very close between lanes 5, 6, and 7. Farley with the apparent win. Holt of Georgetown Ridge Farm in perhaps second. Pearson third. And we await the time on that one still.
Heat 2, Lane 2, we have Monique DeCap, Rock Island, Alleman. Lane 3, Macy Hara from Warrensburg, Latham. Lane 4, Sarah Kapp, Sterling, Newman Catholic. Lane 5, Erica Dines from Kiwanis, Wethersfield. Lane 6, Blair Turner from Trenton, Wesleyan. Lane 7, Nikki Hall from Heron. Lane 8, Ashlyn Beasley from St. Elmo Co-op. And in lane 9, Shelby Walter, Fairbury, Prairie Central.
And we're coming back. Second call, flight 2 of the discus. Second call, flight 2 of the discus. Lane 4 is now open. Lane 4. Dines of Weathersfield with a sectional time of 12:69 is in lane 5, and the gun is up. Clean start on this one. And it's very even there. You have Dines in the middle, and she's trying to get to the lead. And then Cesar, it's Hall of Heron. Dines with the apparent win. Dines with a 13:26. Hall of Heron is second, 13:44. And still sorting out third place in that race, but the win to Dines of Weathersfield Co-op.
Heat 3 in the 100-meter dash, we have a full track. Lane 1, Kristen Vitaniemi from Casey Weathersfield. Lane 2, Shakura Moss, Peoria Manual. Lane 3, Ariel Gibbs from Moments. Lane 4, Shasta Day, Rock Falls. Lane 5, Kiamari Campbell, Rock Falls. Lane 6, Lacey Heinlein, Sherrard. Lane 7, Kara Cortez from Byron. Lane 8, Tashay Miles from Plano. And Lane 9, Sydney Freed from Lexington.
Here we have Campbell, a senior for Rock Falls. Her teammate will be on the inside to her. She had a 12:64 in the sectional. Don't count out Lacey Hainline, the senior from Sherrard. She's had a stellar career here in track and field. She'll be on the outside of Kamari in lane 6. And Vitaniemi in lane number 1 of Casey Westfield. Also a strong competitor. Vitaniemi of KZ Westfield with Shakura Moss of Manual. So we'll watch the middle, but the inside as well. Clean start. There's Rock Falls, and outside of her is Lacey Hainline. Lacey Hainline, there's Vitaniemi down in 1. There's Lacey Hainline, and Vitaniemi may have snuck into the top 3. 6-5 in that race was Hainline and Campbell. Hainline of Sherrard, as predicted, would be a factor. Looks like a 12:83 for Hainline. Campbell is second from Rock Falls, 13:04. Vitaniemi will factor into the top 4. Cortez at 13:04. And we look here to see where the next time comes in.
Once again, a full field here, all 9 lanes. Lane 1, we have Taylor Crick from Oblong. Lane 2, Kiani Degier Duquesne. Lane 3, Crystal Doherty from Piatone. Lane 4, Brittany Alston, Elmhurst Timothy Christian. Lane 5, Jenna Herman from Breeze Central. Lane 6, Chelsea Miller, Cesar
Valier
Co-op. Cesar Valier Co-op. Lane 7, Heidi Scheffler from Byron. Lane 8, Christina Bollettieri, Hayworth. And lane 9, Jenny Bullock from Windsor.
In that last race, second, third, and fourth. Second was actually a tie at 13:04. For time-wise, from second and third, Vitaniemi only 1/100th away from that. Here we watch the sectional best, Jenna Heyman of Breeze Central, 12:43 in her time. It appears that those times are all very variable today with these weather conditions.
It's not a tie, it's still second, third, fifth place.
Final call, flight 2 of the discus. There's lane number 5. That's Breeze Central Heyman. And Miller of Cesar Valier, 5.62. 5.62 is Ducoins de Gere, a freshman. 5 is Heyman, Breeze Central, and she's got a 12.79. Again, a little slower than the sectional. Miller, 12.86. And de Gere of Ducoin is third at 13.06. Miller, a freshman of Cesar Valier, the apparent second. Alston of Elmhurst, which would be Timothy Christian there in lane 4, the apparent fourth. So there you have it for the 100 dash.
With approximately 4 minutes to go to the start of the 100-meter dash, Class 1A, will set the field. Lane 1 is Cara Cortese, sophomore from Byron. Lane 2, Chelsea Miller, freshman from Cesar Valier. Lane 3, Kendra Pierce, Bushnell, Prairie City. Lane 4, Taylor Farley from South Holland, Seton Academy. Lane 5, center of the track, Jenna Heeman from Breeze Central. Lane 6, once again we hear the name Lacey Heinlein from Sherrard. Lane 7, Erica Dines, Kewanee Weathersfield. Lane 8, Danielle Holt from Georgetown. And lane 9, Kamari Campbell from Rock Falls.
All right, we will. This could be part of a record-setting streak by Jenna Heyman in lane 5. That is Heyman in 5. Heyman of Breeze Central, and she wins it all the way. Heyman, 12.58 for Heyman. She's trying to string together 4 championships today across the field and track events. Pierce of Bushnell is second. Dines of Kewanee Weathersfield is third. Farley of Seton fourth. Jenna Heyman of Breeze with the win in the 100 dash. Right now, as we go into the north curve, Prairie Central's Popejoy
A little bit of a push there.
comes around, and that looks like Lexington in the lead. That's Hummel, and there's 13. There's Julie James in second, followed by Gasser Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, followed by Zimmer of Delavan Co-op after the first 400. On the outside is Cynthia Vasquez of Rock Falls. As we go into the south curve, into the wind, the teeth of the wind, there's James, the freshman for El Paso Gridley. Still in the lead is Hummel of the Lexington Minutemen. Now we go to the backstretch, and Julie James trying to tighten it up. James now even with Hummel. James to the lead with 200 to go. The three winners and the top 9 times will move on to the finals on Saturday. That's Julie James of El Paso Gridley in northern, just north of Bloomington, Normal. Into the north curve, Julie James, the freshman, with the lead. Second is Hummel of Lexington. Let's bring him home. And Julie James continues her streak and will head to the finish line. Third place looks like 3, which is Gasser of Gibson City, and a battle now between Zimmer, and on the outside was Jordan Platt of Timothy Christian. We'll look to the scoreboard for the time on Julie James in this first heat of 3, the 800-meter run. Second call on the 4x200 meter relay to the tent. Second call, 4x200 meter, 2:20:32 for Julie James of El Paso Gridley. Hummel of Lexington, 2:23:04, 3 seconds behind for Lexington. Kim Sandin of the Storm, Bureau Valley, in 1. Annie Jessup, a freshman from Auburn, in 2. Caitlin Bush in position 3, the sophomore from the Freeburg Minutes. Jolie Padden of St. Joe Ogden in 4. Alex Van Hoof, a freshman for Bloomington Central Catholic in 5. Henner Booker of Tremont in 6. Lindsay Troika of Tuscola in 7. Julie Camp of Chicago Christian in 8. Sydney Munier, a sophomore for Gibson City in 9. Tanya Rogers of Westmont Christian Elgin in 10. Sarah Randall of Whitehall, North Greene County in 11. Stacy Camp of Chicago Christian in 12. Kelly Curran will be in the race for Bloomington Central Catholic. She's second best out of the sectionals, 2:15. And Sylvia Haygood of Fairfield will be out in the 13-14 position for the Fairfield Mules. Clean start again. Curran, one of the leading distance runners in the state in her career.
Have you put any more field events in?
She's from position 13, a 2:15.
Doing so. As soon as we finish, we will let you know that they're in.
We also would watch for Stacy Camp in this race.
Yeah, well,
At the break, it's Caitlin Bush, and yes, do not count out the Bush sisters in any race, as Freeburg has a great presence with them on the distance side and the cross-country side. 2 is in the lead. That is Jessup, a freshman from Auburn, followed by position 9, which is Munier, another leader this season for Gibson City, Melvin Sidney. She's actually the 5th best out of the sectional, 2:18:36 there in the red for Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. Curran's on the outside. There's the Saints of Bloomington Central Catholic, and she's looking for the lead right now with 400 to go. It is Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic.
She went from 9th to 1st.
She went from 9th to 1st in the first 400 meters. Curran with the lead. 9 is second. That continues to be Munier. We saw Munier earlier here at Eastern at the Charleston Indoor.
9 is 6. 6 is third.
Now is third is 6, which is Booker of Tremont, another strong factor. And Camp of Chicago Christian. Your leader is still Kelly Curran. Now everybody pushes. And the accelerator is on as we go into the north curve. Up 152, 153. Kern's time in the sectional 2:15. She's through the north curve and past the scoreboard. Second is Munier. Kern, Munier, and Hannah Booker of the Tremont Turks. And Munier trying to catch up with Kelly Kern, but everybody's staying constant. The win is going to be Kelly Kern, Bloomington Central Catholic, Munier of Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, and then you have Hannah Booker of Tremont. Your 1, 2, 3. Fourth place is 3, which was Caitlin Bush of Freeburg.
She was 9th at 200. She was first by the time she went 400.
Yeah. They come from behind from a past state champion, Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic, 2:18.41. Again, the wind and the rain slowing down the field, but only by a couple of seconds here at O'Brien. Curran with the win, Munier, Gibson City at 2:19, a second behind for Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. Final call on the 4x200. Final call on the 4x200. And the field is out on the track for heat number 3. Here is the competitors. Brittany Kirk of KZ Westfield in 1. Jade Haynes of Beardstown, the Tigers in 2. Claire Brown of the Petersburg Porta Blue Jays. You saw her in her state final qualifying race for Porta. Grace Ziegler of Altamont. Coach from Anna Jonesboro to the clerk's tent. Ziegler of Altamont. She was an anchor earlier in the 4x800 and finishing strong. Matter of fact, they are in the finals from that 4x800 led by Ziegler. Lydia Smith of Canton. Linnea Axelson of Oregon. Lorraine Stamberger of Amboy. Ashley Anderson of Orion. Krista McClure of the Havana Ducks in position 9. Heather Hammett of Edwardsville Metro East Lutheran. Lauren Cessna, St. Joseph Ogden. Caitlin Schutt of Benton. She was an anchor on Benton's group in the 4x800 earlier. Amy Yeoman of Petersburg Porta. So you have your second Blue Jay in this race. Amy Sims of McNamara. And she is the sectional best, 2:15.88. And Carly Niebrugge, a freshman for the Newton Eagles, out in position 15. So this is a stacked field, 15 competitors in heat number 3. And we'll go to the starter.
Only 14 there.
On your mark.
Krista McClure of Havana, very quick start, and she's holding the lead for the Ducks right now into the north curve. That's Oregon in second. That's Ashley Anderson. And 13 in the Dayglow green is your sectional best. That's Sims. 6 again is Axelson of Oregon. She's second. Your first place is Havana's McClure.
Third is McNamara.
Third is Sims. And as we go to the south curve, sectional best is well behind the two leaders as they now into the back stretch. And in fourth place you have Canton's Lydia Smith. Fifth place is Orion's Anderson. Still a fast pace for Krista McClure, followed by Linnea Axelson of Oregon. McClure, and Axelson. Sims trying to close the gap.
Here comes your leader.
Here is Sims, who was laying back in the first 400. Sims around the north curve. This one may be a race to the finish line. It's Havana. Here's Oregon challenging Axelson for McClure. Now here comes Sims. Can Sims catch it? Sims battling Axelson. Sims and Axelson. It'll be a wire finish between Sims on the outside, Axelson on the inside. McClure looks to be third. We're going to have to go to the board and find out the time.
6 seconds back at the quarter.
She was 6 seconds back at the quarter. Amy Sims, she gets to a photo finish at the line, and they're still sorting it out at the computer. She was way back with 200 to go. This is the Illinois State Championship in the 800-meter run, Class 1A. We will introduce the field. After the start of the race, we will go to the starters, Class 1A.
Two 246-08. 24.
At the high jump, Sarah Maxton of Springfield jumping for the 2A record, 5'7".
Three times.
Here's the field in the 800-meter run. Angel Gasser of Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, Caitlin Bush of Freeburg, Linnea Axelson of Oregon, Kaylee Ummel of Lexington, Hannah Booker of Tremont, Julie James is in this race for El Paso Gridley, Stacy Camp of Chicago Christian, and it looks like Springfield has cleared 5'7". In the high jump, Havana's Krista McClure, Kelly Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic, who is leading the field with 400 to go. Julie Camp of Chicago Christian, Sydney Munier of Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, and Amy Sims of Kankakee Bishop McNamara. That is Curran looking for another title here after winning the 3,200. Curran now going for the 800 title. Next in line, that's Krista McClure of Havana. There's a challenge going on now for second. That looks like Julie James. We'll check that coming around into second here, but it's Curran with the lead. El Paso Gridley.
Second.
That is Julie James in second.
Falcons in third.
In third is Munier. This is El Paso Gridley's James taking on the state champion in cross country. It will go to Curran, but a great effort by Julie James. Bishop Mack is third. That was Sims of Bishop McNamara.
Go ahead.
Now Maxton is now going for a record at 5'8" and 1/2.
5'8" and 1/2.
In ninth place, going to put a 38 feet, 11.5 inches from Mount Prospect to Mount
Heat number 2 into the blocks, and here's the field, ladies and gentlemen. In lane 2, Frankfort. In 3, from far southern Illinois, just next door to Frankfort, Murfreesboro. Stanford Olympia in 4. And now we've got a Byron Eureka battle in the middle. Byron Eureka Princeton in the middle, as the Tigers will be in 7. Colfax Ridgeview in 8. and the Raiders of Central A&M, Assumption and Moweaqua, will be out in 9. This is going to be a good race between 5, 6, and 7. Byron, Eureka, and Princeton. Don't count out Stanford. And we'll go to the starter here in race number 2 of 6. And we're underway.
Good start by Eureka.
Good start by Eureka. That's Cooper Schmidt for the Hornets. She's right in the middle of the track in lane 6 there in the green and black. And Cooper Schmidt moving up. There's Princeton. And there is the Eureka Exchange, and they appear to be first. Princeton on the outside in second. Here's Eureka coming around, and they are controlling the middle and controlling the race. On the outside, there is A&M. It's Eureka. And A&M on the outside, along with Colfax Ridgeview on the inside, Byron. So right now it's Eureka, Byron. Watch the exchanges. Eureka, then Byron. 6 and 5.
Okay, Chuck.
Eureka.
Flight 2 is answered.
6 and 5. Eureka and Byron.
I think it's Pent anchoring.
That's Pent
Until we have everything.
is the apparent anchor for Eureka. The Hornets out of Woodford County, and there is the exchange. 6-5, Eureka, Byron. Byron on the inside, looking for that advantage. They're moving a little bit, but it's still Eureka. Pent with the baton for the Hornets. Eureka, Byron. Eureka and Byron, and lane 4 would be Stanford Olympia. And Byron trying to close, but it's going to be Eureka, Byron. 4 and 3. 4 and 3 is Stanford Olympia and Murfreesboro. Cortez trying to close for Byron and made up a bit.
Natalie Pent.
But
anchor.
Pent, the anchor for Eureka, 146.62 for the Hornets, 146.97 for Byron, 150.26. Stanford Olympia is third. Murfreesboro is fourth with a 150.120.
That was a faster heat.
Gail, did we have a yellow flag on that one?
And the officials looking an apparent
That lane 9 going to be a DQ.
work out of lane 9 is the yellow flag right now, according to the officials. That's heat number 2 of 6. We have second call on the 400 dash, second call 400 dash. Heat number 3 coming onto the blocks, and here's your field. Bushnell, Prairie City in 2. The Cardinals of Warrensburg, Latham, Decatur area in 3. Pleasant Plains from the Springfield area in 4. It's Port Byron, Riverdale in the middle. Athens in 6, and then they'll battle Seton Academy from South Holland out in 7. Pinckneyville in 8, and from Moultrie County, just up the road from Mattoon, Sullivan's Redskins will be out in 9. So Bushnell, Warrensburg, Pleasant Plains, Port Byron, Athens, Seton Academy, Pinckneyville, and Sullivan. This is the third of 6 races.
Leading off.
Of course, it's a very large and spread out field on the track here for a 4x200 with lanes all the way, and the starter still making sure that he can be heard across the field. We have a white flag now, and we will go to the starter. right, we have a clean start here in heat number 3 of 6. In the middle is Port Byron, Riverdale, and then Athens. A good start for Seton Academy there on the outside. Seton moving up into the exchange in the northeast corner of the stadium. And Seton finally gets it away. So Seton will hold on with the lead across. And Port Byron in the all yellow running next to Athens. It's Seton with the lead from South Holland, Riverdale, and Athens in the middle. And there's Riverdale, there's Athens. Seton still trying to get the baton off. So now Port Byron has an advantage through the south curve. Nice exchanges for Port Byron and Athens. Now the stagger is made up in the middle of the track on the backstretch. It is Port Byron Riverdale in the all yellow over black. Here are the Rams with the exchange. Port Byron with the lead. Port Byron coming into the north curve. Seton has fallen back to third. Athens on the outside of Port Byron, then Seton. And we come out of the curve and into the home stretch. Here's Port Byron. That's Victoria May for the Rams, followed by Athens. And Seton, lane number 4 now is Pleasant Plains coming to the focus. It's 5, 6, 7, and 4. That's your order of finish in heat number 3 of 6. Port Byron, 146.24. Walther Lutheran will be in the middle. Prairie Central will be in 6. The Gray Ghosts will be out in 7. Chillicothe IVC. Herscher out in 8. And Olney East Richland in 9. In the middle here is Walther Lutheran there in the all green. And they're moving well. Outside of them would be Prairie Central. That's Walther Lutheran moving up. For Walther Lutheran, that's Ransom running. And here's the exchange. And Walther Lutheran having trouble with baton. On the outside of them, Prairie Central also not very clean, but they will have the lead. Prairie Central now and Walther Lutheran trying to make it up. Both teams coming out of a poor exchange, but just enough for Prairie Central to take a advantage. Walther Lutheran may have made it up. Now again, Walther Lutheran again trying to get the exchange off. They finally do. Prairie Central right behind. Walther Lutheran and Prairie Central as we come out of the curve. Now it is Walther Lutheran clearly. Walther Lutheran on the outside. You've got Prairie Central and IVC. And the final exchange. Walther Lutheran has it. You got IVC on the outside.
Catch me if you can.
Along with Rushville Industry. Walther Lutheran. 5-6 is Prairie Central still holding on. 5-6, 4, and 3. Rushville, and here comes St. Thomas More into third. St. Thomas More on the inside. It's Walther Lutheran. 6 and 3. It will go Prairie Central, who held second most of the race, but a nice comeback on the anchor by St. Thomas More out of Champaign. Looks like 146.99 for Walther Lutheran, and that's very close to their sectional performance. And second place is Fairbury, Prairie Central, 149.59, and 149.95 for St. Thomas More Champaign. Once again, you only have 3 teams qualifying by time. In lane number 1, 2 Topolis In lane number 2, T-Town. In 3, Galena. The Pirates in 3, Winnebago. The Indians in 4, Illini West will be in 5. The Plano Reapers will be in the middle in 6. Auburn will be in 7. Bloomington Central Catholic in 8. And Hillsboro out at 9. Interesting field here in race number 5 of 6. And lane 3 is moving well. That's Galena. They're in the blue. Everybody else fairly even as we go into the exchanges.
First exchange is lane 8.
Lane 8, actually, with Bloomington Central Catholic. Here's Bloomington Central Catholic with a bit of an advantage, even though they're out in lane 8. And they're in the middle. You've got Illini West and Plano. Plano holding the middle. There's the Reapers. And making a gain on Auburn here. Now let's watch the exchange, because the middle will be Plano. And the outside is... And Bloomington Central Catholic got the exchange first, even though they're still out in 8. It is still Bloomington Central and then Plano. Bloomington Central and Plano. Now look at the middle of the backstretch. Bloomington Central, Plano, there's Illini West in the orange over black. Plano, Illini West from Carthage. Bloomington Central trying to hold on to what they have. Here's Plano still, no, but Bloomington Central still with the exchange just slightly ahead of Plano. Here's Illini West in the middle. Grunwald for Carthage, Illini West. And as we come, and they're straightening it out, and they're even across. It's even across the whole way. Bloomington Central, Plano, Bloomington Central, and Plano. Now it's Plano. And it'll go Plano, Illini West, and Bloomington Central Catholic with lane 7 Auburn. Very close. Plano with the win, 147.01. Carthage, 147.18. And 147.23. Bloomington Central Catholic out in lane number 8.
All three of those teams go.
All three of those teams will apparently go if we think about time. But Plano had to hold on, and they were basically second to Bloomington Central until the end. With Illini West running strong in the last 200. Here's heat number 6. Winchester Co-op in lane number 2. The Kohlers of Coal City in 3. Bishop Mack in 4. The sectional best, Sherrard in the middle in 5. St. Joe Ogden in 6. Petersburg Porta out in 7. Moments Co-op in 8. And Gillespie out in 9. Sherrard's time from the sectional, 145.73. Illini West from that earlier race was second, 146.34. And you saw them come back to finish second and a photo finish. So 145 is the sectional best here. And that's the Sherrard Tigers in the middle. Sherrard, one of the top 8 teams from the rankings coming in. clean start. This is going to be a great race here. We're going to keep an eye on Sherrard, Bishop McNamara, and St. Joe Ogden. Good start for Coal City, and then Porta. And into the first exchange. There is Sherrard in the all-purple, and they're making it up now. On the outside of them is St. Joe Ogden. St. Joe Ogden in the white over maroon. And then outside of them, Porta. We've seen Porta win big earlier in the day, and there's Moments. So St. Joe, Porta, Moments, Gillespie, with Sherrard holding the middle. This will be an interesting exchange on this stagger. There's Sherrard, St. Joe Ogden, 5-6. And still on the outside is Porta. Porter's still, hold on, there's Porta taking a lead. Porta putting a lot of pressure on, now Sherrard.
Hamstring, St. Joe's hamstring.
St. Joe falling back seriously on a hamstring pull. They were in the lead early. Now we have Sherrard, and this should be Sarah Boris with the anchor for the Tigers. Sarah Boris into the north curve. Alexis Payne for McNamara. McNamara trying to hold the middle. Sarah Boris here for the Sherrard Tigers. It's still Porta. Porter's still holding on. 5-4-7. It's McNamara. Lane 3, Coal City trying to hold on with McNamara. It's going to be Sherrard now at the finish. Go Bishop Mac and Porta. And then lane 3, Coal City. Lane 2, Winchester. 146.05 for Sherrard. Bishop Mac is second, 147.70. Porta will get third, 149.82. Coal City and Winchester from lanes 2 and 3 do finish in the top 5. And that is the final race won by Sherrard in the 4x200. Go to the starter for the 1A state championship.
Leading Sophie Fairman. Leading Sophie Fairman. Consultant to report back to Warren Street. Sophie Fairman, consultant.
All even, look at that, dead even.
Very even across the field into the first exchange. Of course, it's Sherrard, Port Byron, and Eureka in the middle. There's the Eureka exchange. And Port Byron wearing the yellow, holding the center. Outside here you have Plano in the purple, Plano and Prairie Central. Here's Eureka moving up on the first stagger. They made up 2 staggers in this event. Let's watch the exchange. Eureka has the exchange and controls the center of the track. Port Byron is second through the south curve. There's Eureka all alone on the back stretch.
This is Hartman, J.C. Hartman.
J.C. Hartman running this leg for Eureka. And we go to Natalie Punt and Eureka with Plano on the outside. It looks to be Eureka if they don't back off. Here comes Eureka.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And Plano trying to close, and Sherrard and Sarah Boris, but it's not going to be enough as this one goes Eureka's way, followed by Plano and Sherrard. 144-17, the apparent win for Eureka.
6/10 off the
144-17. Previous record 143-48 by Rochester over a dozen years ago. Eureka, Plano, Sherrard, your 1, 2, 3. Toria, Plotner, Seidel, Jamaica, the Salt Fork Storm will be in 2. Aaron Allen of Pittsfield Saukees in 3. Rebecca Gillen of Monmouth Roseville in 4. Lauren Adcock is in 5. She's one of the sectional leaders in 5. And Mackenzie Bollinger of Aurora Christian right next to her in 6. Kirsten Harms of Chicago Christian in 7. Logan Partlow of Aledo, Mercer County, the Aledo Dragons, out in 8.
St. Joe's coach is tending to the athlete pretty hard.
Nice start for lane number 6. That's Bollinger of Aurora Christian. Adcock of Mowequa in the middle. Along lane 3, Pittsfield. A strong run there in the red over black. That's Pittsfield gaining on Adcock. Adcock in the red over black for Central A&M. But it's still Adcock holding on along with Bollinger of Aurora Christian on the outside. Adcock moving up on Bollinger. Adcock the senior. She's had a great career. And Adcock continues to move up. Adcock of A&M. She will take the lead. And the win will go to Adcock as the sun comes out here at O'Brien Stadium. It's Adcock and Bollinger.
Bollinger, freshman.
A freshman will come in second in this race. Adcock with a 59-12. Bollinger 59-39. And third is Harms of Chicago Christian, 101-28. That's your top 3 in time in heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming into position, and here's the field. We've got Krista Kutzinger, Johnson City in lane number 2. Sarah Bussman, senior for the Gillespie Miners, in 3. Anna Strong, Walther Lutheran in 4. Lacey Hainline of Sherrard. She's qualified for the finals once today in the 100 dash. She'll be in the middle in 5. Megan Johnson of North Boone, near the Wisconsin border, will be in 6. Taylor Coonan of Byron in 7. And Caitlin Phillips of Hinckley Big Rock will be out in 8. Clean start here. Again, we watch Hainline in the middle here for Sherrard.
She's up.
And she's made up the stagger and has the apparent lead. This is the 400-meter dash. Heat number 2 of 5. We've had second call now on the 300 hurdles. Second call has been made on the 300 hurdles. Here is Lacey Hainline, the senior from Sherrard. And she's leading the storm for the Tigers.
5-7.
If she didn't go out too fast.
If she didn't go out too fast. 5 and 7 here. You've got Byron. 5, 6, 7. Poplar Grove, North Boone. 5, 6, and 8 is Hinckley Big Rock. It's still Lacey Hainline, but here comes Johnson trying to move in along with Strong, a freshman. It'll go 5, 6, 4. Closer than the middle of the race. Hainline with the win. Johnson on the outside for North Boone just gets over at 1:32. Hainline 59 seconds. Just about her sectional time. 59.84, just a little slower. Johnson second for North Boone. Strong of Melrose Park Walther Lutheran is third with 1:76. Phillips of Hinckley Big Rock is fourth. Heat number 3 now onto the track. Maura Cummins of Newton in 2. Aaron Wachtel of the high school St. Thomas More, Champaign. Melanie Ransom, a freshman for Walther Lutheran in this race, in 4. Liz Mossbach, Spring Valley Hall. She's third best in the sectionals. Mossbach, Spring Valley. But next to her will be the freshman, Caitlin Schutt of the Benton Rangers. Kelsey Holman, senior for Eureka in this race, out in 7. Emily Weigand of Mackinac Deer Creek in 8. And Nicole Barton for Christopher, way Southern Illinois. Barton, a sophomore, will be out in lane number 9.
2 and 7 are open.
Lanes 2 and 7 apparently are open at this time. And we'll go to the starter with the white flag on the field. Very even. A little bit of a pickup for 5 and 6, Mossbach and Schutt. Now it's Mossbach. Benton wearing white with maroon. There's Mossbach running stronger for Spring Valley Hall. 5 and 6 is Mossbach and Schutt.
Third best sectional time coming in.
Third best sectional time coming in for Mossbach for Spring Valley Hall along the Illinois River Valley. It's 5 and 6 and 4. There's Ransom, the freshman for Walther Lutheran. Liz Mossbach, the sophomore, looks to qualify for Saturday's finals, and she will move on, followed by Benton's Schutt and Ransom of Walther Lutheran. 5, 6, and 4, your order of finish in race number 3 of 5. Here is heat number 4 of 5, and it includes Tori Master of St. Joe Ogden, Kristen Rohrer of Petersburg Porta, Rayanne Wright, a freshman for Clifton Central. Calla Gold, Eureka, will be watching in the middle. Sophie Fairman of Staunton in 6. Stephanie Bennett of Rockford Christian Life in 7. Lauren Grieve of Athens in 8. And Leslie Cates of Paris out in 9.
Lane 2 open.
Lane 2 appears to be open. Master of St. Joe Ogden not in lane 2. In the middle
Lane 7 moving well.
is Gold. Good movement for Bennett of Rockford Christian Life out in 7 there in the blue. That's Calla Gold of Eureka being chased by Wright, a freshman for Clifton Central. Gold still holding on the middle. Looks like she'll at least catch Bennett of Rockford Christian. Now it is Gold, clearly in the lead. She had a sectional time of 58:39. This is Gold of Eureka, the sophomore. 5 is Gold. 4 is Rayanne Wright, a freshman for Clifton Central, Iroquois County. On the outside is Fairman of Staunton. The Staunton Bulldogs will battle for second. Gold will win, followed by a freshman, Wright of Clifton Central, and Sophie Fairman, another freshman, on the outside for the Staunton Bulldogs. Gold the win, 57-84. 57-84, beats all sectional times at this point for Calla Gold. 58-18 for Wright of Clifton Central. And that's 59-18 for Clifton Central. Iroquois County's Wright. Fairman of Staunton is third. 59-26, but Calla Gold with a 57-84 takes the overall lead in the state going into the finals on Saturday. And now the final preliminary heat of the 400. Taylor Crick of Oblong in 2. Macy Mahoney of Oregon in 3. Sydney Freed of Lexington in 4. Kendra Pierce, your sectional best. Bushnell Prairie City in 5. Taylor Farley of Seton Academy will push Pierce. Seton in 6. Cassidy Stroll of the Hayworth Hornets out in 7. Haley Residori of the White Trojans in 8. And Pinckneyville's Samantha Schneider will be in 9.
Lane 4 bouncing.
Clean start. Pierce is the favorite. She had a 58-24. She has an early lead. Stagger made up for Pierce. Pierce running. There's the blue and red of Bushnell Prairie City. And on the back stretch, she has the clean and clear lead. 5 and 4, that's Freed of Lexington on the inside. Pierce and Freed. Clear leader to Bushnell Prairie City. 5, 4, 6, that's Farley of Seton. You see her third as they come out of the curve. A clean lead for Pierce of Bushnell Prairie City. The matter now is, can she get under 58? Pierce of Bushnell Prairie City. Now here is Seton's Farley into second. The win for Pierce, 5-6-4-2, is Pierce, Farley, Freed, and Crick of Oblong. 58-29. Almost her sectional time for Pierce. A minute .71 for Farley. Freed a minute 1 second 47. Crick a minute 2:68 for Oblong. So all of the contestants going into the finals will be under a minute. It appears that will be the time cutoff under a minute for all the finalists. The 1A 400-meter dash, the Illinois State Championships. Here is the field. In lane number 1, Caitlin Schutt of Benton. In 2, Sophie Fairman of Staunton. In 3, Lacey Hainline, the senior from Sherrard. In 4, Liz Mosbach, Spring Valley Hall. Calla Gold of Eureka. In 5th, Kendra Pierce, Bushnell Prairie City. In 6, Lauren Adcock, the senior from Central A&M. In 7th, Rayanne Wright of Clifton Central. In 8, Mackenzie Bollinger, the freshman of Aurora Christian. In 9. And we will go to the starter, the Class 1A 400-meter dash championship. In the middle here, you have Calla Gold of Eureka, very strong as a sophomore so far in her career. We get to see Lacey Hainline one more time in this event, and she's out in lane 3. Right now, Bushnell Prairie City's Kendra Pierce in 6 is in front of the field significantly. Kendra Pierce into the north curve. Can Gold close it up through the curve? That's Gold on the inside. Pierce on the outside. Gold and Pierce. And Mosbach of Spring Valley Hall next. Here's Calla Gold. And Calla Gold has evaporated the lead and will head to a gold for the Eureka Hornets. Gold followed by Pierce. 56 for Gold. Pierce at 57.82. Mosbach of Spring Valley Hall 58.61. We go to the award stand. Clean start. Lane 3 is open. So McKibben of Rockford Christian not in the race. McGann of IVC. And there's Holden of Greenville. Holden in the blue for the Greenville Comets. Looks like she's got a lead coming across with McGann of IVC. That's McGann in the purple. 5 and 6 with Holden. And there's Port Byron Smith in the yellow. It's IVC with the lead. McGann, the senior. Holden still staying with her for Greenville. Holden and McGann. The win will go to McGann. And we lost Allison Smith for a second. She gets up and finishes. But she'll look to be fourth now. McGann with a 46.17. which is better than her sectional time. Holden will be second for Greenville, 46.82. Potts of Benton will come in third with a 48, and then Smith of Port Byron. We'll see how that goes on time, as we have 5 qualifiers from a time standpoint in this event. Heat number 2 coming into the blocks, and they include Madison Renfro of the A&M Raiders, Moequa. In 2, Melanie Ryan of Nashville. Caitlin Corzine, a freshman for A&M. 2 Raiders in this race. In lane 4, but Sarah Boris of Sherrard will be in the middle. Jane Godfrey, senior, Decatur St. Teresa in 6. Jocelyn Northrup of Byron will be in 7. Maggie Tarr of New Berlin in 8. And Darcy Rent of Jacksonville, Rout, out in 9. This is the field of heat number 2 of 4. To the starter. Clean start. Sarah Boris there in the purple for the Sherrard Tigers, and she's making up the stagger.
5-7.
5 and 7. That's Northrop of Byron and Boris of Sherrard.
Like 3.
That's Byron on the outside and Sherrard's Boris in the inside and the middle. As they try to straighten it out, Byron trying to hold in with Jocelyn Northrop. Northrop holding on second. Now on the inside, you got Corzine of A&M. Corzine of A&M challenging for second. It's Sarah Boris with the win, 5-4. And 7 is the apparent order of finish. Sarah Boris, 46-76. For Boris, Corzine of A&M, 47-26. Northrop of Byron, 47-60. Tar of New Berlin, 47-83. That's your top 4 in heat number 2, won by Sarah Boris of Sherrard. Now in 3. Final call on the 1,600-meter run to the 10th. Final call. Rachel Dunsing of Steelville in 2. Miranda McGinnis, Peoria Christian in 3. Katie Ryan of Bishop McNamara in 4. Sarah Fisher of Kewanee Weathersfield in 5. Carly Loesch of the Pittsfield Saukees in 6. Molly Higgs, a freshman for the Lady Shoes of Teutopolis in 7. Justine Van Dyke of Chicago Christian in 8. And Kristen Crow of the Waverly Terriers out in 9. Fisher, who has qualified as a freshman Saturday in the 100 hurdles, comes in with a 45.98 for the Weathersfield Anawan Co-op. And we'll watch her and Katie Ryan in 4 for Bishop Mack. We go to the starter. Clean start and a bit of a jump for Ryan there. And that's for Bishop Mack. And yes, that is lane 4 for Bishop Mack, challenging the freshman Fisher for the Titans of Weathersfield Anawan. Ryan still trying to move up. Pretty even between Ryan and Fisher. Still, it's Fisher for Anawan Weathersfield. Here is Fisher for Weathersfield Anawan, the Titans. It's Fisher and Ryan. And out in 7 is Higgs of Teutopolis. This one's going to go the freshman Fisher, Ryan of Mack, and Teutopolis in 3rd for the freshman Higgs. Fisher 46.01, just behind her sectional time. 46.85 for Ryan of Bishop McNamara, and Higgs of Teutopolis is at 46.12 in 3rd.
Ryan runs a second better than her sectional time.
46-12 to Topless Higgs. A second better than her sectional time is Ryan out of McNamara. We'll see if she makes it on time. But Fisher will go to her second final on Saturday in the 300. Heat number 4. And here's the field. Chelsea Schultz, a freshman for Dwight, in 2. Kenzie Moged of Flanagan Cornell in 3. Madeline Parrish of Benton in 4. The sectional best, Paige Nodal of the Byron Tigers in 5. Lydia Mitchell of the Tolono Unity Rockets in 6. Lonnie Manalia of the Gillespie Miners in 7. Emily Gundy, a second Flanagan Cornell runner in this race, out in 8. And Christiana Benson of Walther Lutheran will be in 9. Final race of the 300 hurdles, and we'll go to the starter. There in the middle, that's Nodal of Byron. And she has a jump. Nodal of Byron, the junior. 5 and 6. That's Mitchell, Tolono Unity on the outside.
6-7 strides ahead already.
6-7 strides ahead already for Nodal. Here's Paige coming around and straightening it out to the home stretch. Nodal of Byron. Mitchell out here on the outside for Tolono Unity out of Champaign County. Down in the lower half, that's Flanagan's Moged. The win to Nodal, followed by Mitchell of Unity and Kenzie Moged, senior for Flanagan, 45-18. Nodal of Byron the win. Mitchell of Tolono is second at 47-08. Moged of Flanagan is third, 48-96. Hurdles crew, we can take the hurdles down for the mile run. Class 1A state championship. In 1, Jocelyn Northrup of Byron. In 2, Lydia Mitchell of Tolono Unity. In 3, Ashley Holden of Greenville. In 4, Tawny McGann, Chillicothe IVC. In 5, Paige Knodel of Byron, second Byron runner in the race. Sarah Fisher of Weathersfield in 6. Sarah Boras of Sherrard in 7. Katie Ryan of Bishop McNamara in 8. And Caitlin Corazine, a freshman for Mowequa, in 9. We can go to the starter on 1A 300 hurdles. Clean start. It's Nodal with a jump there in the middle. Paige, the junior, an integral part of Byron's efforts today. Here's Nodal moving up on the stagger. On the outside of Nodal is Fisher of Weathersfield, Co-op. Sarah Boras on the outside, maybe catching Nodal. Nodal, Boras on the outside. Here's Ryan of McNamara. Fisher, Boras, Ryan. It's Paige Nodal. Now it's Ryan. Ryan battling for second. Nodal will win it. It'll go to Bishop Mack on the outside. and Ryan, the win to Nodal. Ryan of Bishop Mac is second, 43.8 for Nodal. Bishop Mac at 45.01, and Ryan, Sarah Boris, 45.08. Fisher of Weathersfield is fourth, Holden Greenville fifth. Number 1 of 3, the mile run.
On your marks.
Again, a lot of distance stars in this race series, a lot of cross-country greats. And this race has the following: Justine Seidel of Altamont, Madison Zimmer of Delavan, Ali Egemeyer of Sparta, Victoria Corton of Litchfield, Christy Demenbrun of Mantino, Alex Van Hoff of Bloomington Central Catholic, Lindsay Troika of Tuscola, Kristen Paris of the Fisher Bunnies, Kristen Bush of Freeburg, Victoria McGraw of Christian Life, Alexis Stevens of West Frankfort, Frankfort High, Southern Illinois, Chelsea Blaze of St. Joe Ogden, Kaylee Ummel, Lexington, and Joanna Bean of Carterville.
Kristen Bush.
The early leader here, that's one of the Bush sisters. That's Kristen Bush of Freeburg, the sophomore.
13 seconds.
Followed by Ummel of Lexington. Ummel is third best in the sectionals, 5:16.92. So Bush there on the outside. You have 3, which is Egemeyer of Sparta. The freshman Julie James of El Paso Gridley is the sectional best, 5:15.50 in this race for Julie James of El Paso Gridley. Race is continuing to be led by Kristen Bush of Freeburg.
Tight pack.
Very tight pack.
13 seconds.
Paige Knodel of Byron to the pole vault. Paige Knodel of Byron to the pole vault.
Just finished the
That's Bush of Freeburg.
300 hurdles. Heat 1, lane 3.
Kristen Bush, the leader in this race. We will see her sister later on.
Thank you.
extraordinarily tight pack at 7.
Very tight pack at the 2.5 minute mark.
One on the outside.
Bush with the lead. There's Justine Seidel of the Altamont Indians on the outside, pushing for second. Seidel, the senior, veteran of a number of distance races and a qualifier at state cross country along with the Bush sisters, now has second for Altamont.
2:43 at the halfway.
2:43 at the halfway point. Now just past 3 minutes. The field continues to run together in race number 1 of 3. Call on the 200-meter dash. Call on the 200-meter dash. Seidel is second. Bush is the leader. Kristen Bush for Freeburg. 9-1-6 on the outside. That's Bloomington Central Catholic's Van Hoff, a freshman in fourth.
Cindy French from Pecatonic is second.
Seidel is second for Altamont. And Lexington's Ummel is fourth. She was the section best for this race. She is fourth for the Lexington Minutemen. Van Hoff, a freshman, passes Seidel and now into second, and that's St. Joe Ogden moving up. That's Chelsea Blaze on the outside. And the bell is being rung. The leader is still Kristen Bush of Freeburg. Now just past 4 minutes.
And the race is on.
And the race is on. Now it is a effort by Blaze of St. Joe Ogden to try to get past Kristen Bush. Bush is your leader. Van Hoff is third. Hummel trying to move up now. Here's Hummel of Lexington into third. Blaze, St. Joe Ogden still second. Van Hoff now to fourth. Kristen Bush with the lead for the Freeburg Midgets. And the Bush sisters, only sophomores. We'll see a lot of them between cross country and the distance events in the next couple of years. As we come out of the north curve, it's a sprint to the finish. Kristen Bush and Chelsea Blaze. St. Joe Ogden, Hummel trying to hold for third. Van Hoff of Central Catholic in fourth. It will go to Freeburg with the win. Kristen Bush, followed by St. Joe Ogden, Hummel, Van Hoff. 4 is Litchfield's Quarton. And then Sparta of Eggemeyer. First call, third flight of the high jump. First call, third flight of the high jump. And everybody under 6 minutes. The win to Bush, 5:29. Seidel of Altamont not in the top 4. Second place should be St. Joseph Ogden's Blaze. There's Seidel, 5:22, or Blaze, 5:22.26. Then Hummel of Lexington, 5:23. Van Hoff, Bloomington Central Catholic, 5:24. Quarton of Litchfield, 5:26. And Kristen Bush takes the first and qualifies for Saturday. Here's your field. Heat number 2 onto the track. And again, we'll introduce this field after the gun. We will go to the starter.
On your marks.
This one will be a great race. Here's the field. Sydney French of Pecatonica in 1. Alex DuPont, Manito, Midwest Central in 2. Mary Spica of Ottawa Marquette in 3. Paige Davis of Rock Falls in 4. Kelsey Hardiman of Monticello, the Sages in 5. Here's Caitlin Bush, and she looks like the early leader. Caitlin Bush on the rail for Freeburg in 6. Stacy Hall of Reed Custer, the Comets in 7, from along the Kankakee River. Kate Ardinger of Elmhurst Timothy Christian in position 8. Kelly Curran is in this race. Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic. That's the defending state cross-country champion, Curran, in 9. Waldhoff of Teutopolis in 10. Claire Brown, Petersburg, Porta in 11. Julie Camp of Chicago Christian in 12. And Sydney Munier of Gibson City Melvin Sibley in 13. Now, Munier is the sectional best for this race, 5:16.72.
Running second.
5 is your order. 6:13.5 is your order.
6:13.5 is the order. 6 is Caitlin Bush. 13 is Munier. And 5 is Hardiman of the Monticello Sages. Can Caitlin Bush join her sister on Saturday as an automatic qualifier? She is still in the lead. Monticello moving up. That's Hardiman. Looks like she's in second. Munier in third for the Falcons of Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. That's 13 now. That's Kelly Curran. Curran on the outside for the Saints. Munier pushing Caitlin Bush. Freeburg still with the lead. So it's Freeburg, Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, Monticello, Bloomington Central Catholic. There's Ottawa Marquette coming up into the top group. Position 12, that's Camp of Chicago Christian. Bush and Munier and Curran. Bush, Munier, and Curran, your top three factors here at 240 at the halfway point at the 800. The pack very tight for the top 10. 13 runners in this race. Still led by Freeburg. 6 and 13 now. That's Munier, Gibson City, Melvin Sibley of Ford County, Curran, Bloomington Central Catholic still in the top three. Challenges on the outside now. Coming up from Ottawa Marquette. It's still Caitlin Bush on the rail. There's Kelly Curran moving into the lead.
600 to go.
600 to go. Kelly Curran into the lead for Bloomington Central Catholic. Munier now into second. Bush has faded back into third for Freeburg. There's Marquette into fourth. That is Spica.
The outside 5.
On the outside, we have Hardiman of Monticello. There's Hardiman with the yellow shoulder. And the bell lap is here. Curran is in the bell lap, followed by Munier. Hardiman now third for Monticello.
Curran and Munier leaving the pack.
Curran and Munier leaving the pack. Now into third is Ottawa Marquette's Spica. And 12 is Camp of Chicago Christian. Bush trying to get a burst here for Freeburg. Bush now behind Ottawa Marquette. It's less than 200 to go. Here's Curran and Munier. Curran and Munier. And Curran with a time of 5:23.64, an adjusted manual time out of the sectional.
Munier's not out of it. Here she comes.
Munier is not out of it. Here we come around and straighten it out for the finish line. Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic, just past 5 minutes right now. Curran heads for the finish line. Munier is second. Here comes Caitlin Bush battling for third. Bloomington Central at 5:15. Munier, here is Caitlin Bush. And another battle here for position 8 would be Ardinger of Timothy Christian. Curran with a 5:15. Curran is now the leader from the sectional times. Curran has beaten James's sectional time with a 5:15.05 on a great race. Munier of Gibson City, 5:16.15. It is Bush of Freeburg third, 5:24.
And everybody was under 550.
Everybody was under 5:15. 5:50 in that race as well. Everybody finishes under 6 for the second time. And the sectional best is in this with Julie James of El Paso Gridley. She now has a challenge from Kelly Curran, who had a 5:15.05 from this last race. But we'll let it go to the starter at this point in time. Again, final call on the 200 dash, first call on the 4x4s. The final race of the mile run here at the Class 1A preliminaries at O'Brien Stadium. Clean start. Here's the field. Position 1 is Megan Venlos of Elgin, St. Edward. Lydia Smith of Canton is in 2. Jackie McCone of Elmwood in 3. Courtney Cornell of the Neoga Indians in 4. CJ Rhodes of Princeton in position 5. Julia Buford of the Latin School, the Romans in this race, in position 6. Caitlin Duckett of Shelbyville in 7. Kristen Garwood of Springfield Lutheran. Garwin was a top medalist at state cross country last fall. Hannah Booker of Tremont. We've seen her run a great race earlier in the day. Shay O'Brien of Pittsfield. In position 10, Erin McCary of Byron. In 11, Ellen Devereaux, Decatur, St. Teresa, and she's up in the top 2 right now for St. Teresa in 12. Jamie Holmes of Tremont, a second Turk in this race. In 13, Julie James of El Paso Gridley. And that looks like James there in one of the leaders on the rail, along with Kendra Ellingbo of Warsaw. It's the full field of 15 out there for this final race.
Holmes leads at the quarter.
Holmes of Tremont leads at the quarter. 13 and 8, we've got Holmes of Tremont and Garwood of Springfield Lutheran in your top 2 positions.
Third is 12.
In third, Devereaux, St. Teresa. She's faded back a little bit. She's wearing the white over black. Checking the back stretch. 13, Tremont.
11 is
Flight 2 of the triple jump can report.
Flight 2 of the triple jump can report. Flight 2 of the triple jump. And in position 8 is Garwood, Springfield Lutheran. Holmes and Garwood, your leaders. Tremont is third.
They've got those. They've got those misnumbers.
6.
They've got the numbers.
Okay, Gridley. Okay, we've got a change on hip numbers right here. So El Paso Gridley, ladies and gentlemen, that is Julie James. She's wearing hip 13.
Tremont's got 12.
That's James with the lead. And that should be the halfway mark.
Yep, right. And Holmes is
And Holmes
in third.
of Lutheran.
No, Holmes is in Tremont.
So
That's 8 on the corner.
8 on the outside of Julie James. That is Garwood of Springfield Lutheran battling Julie James.
Number is 12 on the rail in third. 6 on her shoulder.
12 and 6.
12 is Julie Jamie Holmes. 12 is.
12 is Holmes.
Yeah. Right, that's right.
That's 11. Okay.
Yeah, these numbers are screwed.
No, 12 is
Tremont girl.
Holmes, yeah. And then
El Paso Gridley and Lutheran.
Tremont girl.
And the Latin School is in third. That's Buford of the Latin School now in third as we head to the bell lap. This is Garwood and Julie James and Holmes
Holmes is fourth.
in fourth and the Buford in third. Fifth is St. Teresa's Devereaux. 400 to go. Garwood, the sophomore, with the lead. Julie James right behind, and the Latin School's Buford. Now we have a kick by Julie James, the freshman. And James and Garwood are now battling. You still have the Latin School in third, Buford the senior. Julie James has the lead as we go into the north curve.
Buford makes the move to Latin School.
Buford, the Latin School, now challenging on the curve. Here is Buford and Julie James. James, the sectional best, and it's a sprint to the finish line. Julie James still looking to see if she can get under 5:15. I think she'll get under 5:15. Going to the line, Julie James, 5:14. She's under 15. Third should be Garwood. The Latin Schools, Buford is second. It is 5:14.94 for Julie James. She met the Kelly Curran challenge here and comes up under her sectional time. Buford of the Latin School is second, 5:15.62. Garwood of Springfield Lutheran, 5:19.57. Canton Smith is fourth, 5:20.91. Holmes of Tremont and Devereaux of Decatur St. Teresa, your next finishers. But a great race by the freshman, Julie James. Onto the track, it's the milers in Class 1A. And we can give you the field while we have the chance. 1,600-meter run. It will include Caitlin Bush of Freeburg and Kristen Bush of Freeburg. Jamie Holmes of Tremont. Julia Buford of the Latin School. Kaylee Ummel of Lexington. Lydia Smith of Canton. Ellen Devereaux of Decatur St. Teresa. Kristen Garwood of Springfield Lutheran. Kelly Curran looking to run the table in another distance event. Chelsea Blaze of St. Joe Ogden. Sydney Munier of Gibson City Melvin Sibley. Julie James goes for her third medal today as a freshman for El Paso Gridley. Alex Van Hoof, freshman of Central Catholic, could add to Bloomington Central's point totals. And Hannah Booker of Tremont. This is the field, the state championship in the mile run, 1A. We go to the starter. Somewhat of an interesting combination going on in the team standings for 2A. Right now, with everything through the 300, Springfield Southeast with 50 points, Bloomington High with 48, Danville with 38, Kankakee with 28, Carbondale 24, Richwoods 23, Hampshire 21, Aurora Math and Science 20, Yorkville and Mattoon tied at 19, and Rock Island leads a tie at 11th with 17. Now, neither one of the four top teams has an entry in the 4x4. Three of the four teams have an entry in the 200. Bloomington is finished apparently at 48 points. So now it will be a juggle between Springfield Southeast, Danville, and Kankakee in these final three events. That's the Bush sisters in the front of this race. Caitlin and Kristen. And that looks like Ummel of Lexington next door. Bit of a stumble on the rail. The Bush sisters continue. They are sophomores for the Freeburg Midgets. And as we go into the backstretch, they still have a lead. That is Lexington's Ummel. That looks like Sydney Munier of Gibson City Melvin Sibley. And that might be Van Hoof of Bloomington Central Catholic on the outside. We can go to the award stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have results for the Class 2A Discus. Placing ninth, the freshman Spartan from Springfield Southeast, Kamaria Gay, through 1:11.03, placed ninth. For the
Central Catholic is in the middle of the pack. Here comes somebody moving. 8. Springfield Lutheran. Garwood. Let me get the number.
The senior out of Peoria Richwood, Raven Robinson,
918.
117.06 to play 6.
Kristen Garwood in the lead.
And the 4-time medalist from Wilmington, Sonia Smith, through 120.
Wilmington taking it back.
To play 6.
Kelly Kern.
Out of Galesburg, Amy Blucker through 121.10 to play 4th. Alexis Adams out of
The sisters look tired, but they'll pick it up at the end.
125 and 1 inch to play 3rd. From Dunlap, the senior Emily Waldman through 128.10 to be your 2010 runner-up. And repeating her championship from last year, Hannah Baker, the future Louisville Cardinal out of Marion High School through 136.7 to take the championship.
Now as we come into the bell lap, that is Curran of Bloomington Central Catholic. The Bush sisters are back in 4 and 6. They're trying to move up with Canton's Lydia Smith.
It's a lot of blue.
Curran won the 3,200, won the 800. She now heads for the mile title.
Distance sweep. That's in 3rd place. That's Lydia Smith of Canton.
That's Lydia Smith of Canton, right behind Sydney Munier of Gibson City, Melvin Sibley, the pride of Ford County, into the north curve. Kelly Curran trying to help her team defend the 2009 state title, the defending cross-country champion from Detweiler Park. Let's hear it for her, and a great effort today for the Saints of Bloomington Central Catholic. Sydney Munier, Gibson City Melvin Sibley will be 2nd. Canton's Lydia Smith 3rd. Here are the Bush sitters. Here's Julie James. Julie James looking for the top 5. She gets ahead of one of the Bush sisters. And James will have her 3rd medal of the day as a freshman for El Paso Gridley. Curran 5:09.75. Munier 5:16.27. Smith of Canton 5:17.59. One of the Bush sisters 5:18.87. James is 5th for El Paso Gridley at 5:21.27. Morgan Ransom, top 5 seed. She had a 26.25 in this race out of the sectionals. Sectional best is Pierce of Bushnell, Perry City, 26.03. Taylor Farley of South Holland Seton right behind her at 26.18, and Hainline of Sherrard. We'll see her later. In race 3, she was 3rd. Heat winners, you got 5 heat winners and 4 qualifying by time in this race.
Clean start. Morgan Ransom.
5
We have 5 and 3, lane 5 and 3. Morgan Ransom leading the way. Coming on strong. Adcock coming on strong.
5-4-3.
5-4-3. That's Ransom, Adcock, and DeGier.
Here's your second heat. Kristen Allen of Illini Central in 2. Krista Krutzinger of Johnson City in 3. Marcy Hare, Warrensburg Latham in 4. Danielle Holt of Georgetown Ridge Farm in the middle. Chelsea Miller of Cesar Valley in 6. Becky Becklin Hunter of Winnebago in 7. And Sydney Freed of Lexington out in 8. Out with a 26-23 from the sectionals. This is heat number 2 of 5. And we'll go to the starter.
Every time you say that, man, it starts raining. I know.
Stephanie Bennett of Rockford Christian Life report to the triple jump. And lane number 5. This is Holt of Georgetown Ridge Farm. Holt and Miller of Cesar Valley. 5 and 6 is Holt and Miller, the freshmen. Holt and Miller on the inside. You've got Warrensburg Latham's Hare. 5, 6, 4, and 3 is Holt of Ridge Farm. Miller of Cesar Valley. 4 is Hare of Warrensburg. 3, Kutzinger, Johnson City. It is Holt, 26:07, her time. Heat number 3 into the blocks. Here's your field. Rayanne Wright of Clifton Central, Iroquois County in 2. Bree Moore of Rushville Industry in 3. Kara Cortez of Byron in 4. Shill Pressure, Lacey Hainline of Sherrard in the middle in 5. Caitlin Schutt, the freshman of Benton in 6. Stephanie Bennett, Rockford Christian Life in 7. Hunt of Auburn will be in 8. So very strong in the middle between Cortez, Hainline, Schutt, and Benson for this race, preliminary 3 of 5. Clean start, and there's Hainline's jump right out of the block. Lacey Hainline in the middle.
Moore in lane 3 look good.
Lane 3's Moore hanging in there for Rushville Industry. And coming in is Cortez of Byron, but right now it is Moore of Rushville in second. It's Hainline with another win. It's going to go 5, 3, 4, and 6. Lacey Hainline of Sherrard, Moore of Rushville Industry, Cortez of Byron, Hainline with a 25.95. Heat number 4 of 5. We have the final call now into the tent for the 4x4's final call. Ashlyn Beasley of St. Elmo in 2. Ashley McCoy of Amboy in 3. Mackenzie Bollinger of Aurora Christian in 4. Taylor Farley will be in the middle for South Holland Seton Academy. Stacy Sinclair, Petersburg Porta in 6. Dejane Terry of Seton Academy, second Seton runner in this race, will be in 7. Blair Turner, Trenton Westglen in 8. And Lizzie Mary Roto of Piasaw Southwestern in 9. Nice start to Bollinger of Aurora Christian there in the red. Outside of her is Farley of Seton Academy. So it is Bollinger, the freshman, and Farley, the sophomore. Seton and Aurora Christian. Bollinger and Farley. Here's Farley with the win, followed by Bollinger, and then the second Seton runner looks to be third, which would be Terry. May have come in 25.92, the win for Farley of Seton. Bollinger of Aurora Christian at 26.26, and Terry of Seton also in the top three. Heat number 5 into the block. Paige Newhauser of Sullivan will be in 1. Monique DeCap, Rock Island Alleman in 3. Jennifer Kraft of Tolono Unity in 4. Kendra Pierce, the sectional best from Bushnell Prairie City in 5. Alexa Allen of Port Byron Riverdale in 6, and so she'll put a lot of pressure on Pierce. Kamari Campbell of Rock Falls will also fill that role. Sarah Butler of Colfax Ridgeview in 8, and Brittany Halliday of Coal City out in 9. We now are under 26 in time, which beats all the sectional times as best, so Pierce now has a challenge from the other races here for the 200 dash. We will go to the starter. Clean start. Now look at Alexa Allen of Port Byron Riverdale.
And then 3, 2.
Inside of here is Pierce. Pierce gets the advantage. So it's Pierce and Allen. Pierce and Allen. And then everybody else even. Now you have Kraft coming in. It'll be 5, 6, 4, 3. Or 8. Butler of Colfax probably in the top 4. Pierce will come in at a 26.04. So Pierce is above 26. Allen second. Port Byron 26.40. Butler at a 27.01 for Colfax Ridgeview. In the northeast corner of the stadium, 200 dash in Class 1A. Here's the field as they get ready. Class 1A, Bree Moore of Rushville Industry in 1. Alexa Allen, Port Byron Riverdale in 2. Morgan Ransom of Walther Lutheran in 3. Kendra Pierce of Bushnell Prairie City in 4. Taylor Farley of Seton Academy will be in the middle. Lacey Hainline of Sherrard in 6. Danielle Hout of Georgetown Ridge Farm in 7. Mackenzie Bollinger of Aurora Christian in 8. Chelsea Miller of Cesar Valier in 9. We'll go to the starter for the 1A championship in the 200. Clean start. Watch Hainline versus Farley.
Good start by Hainline.
Hainline is one of the last representatives of Sherrard for a team point trophy. Here is Farley and Hainline. Farley, Hainline, Halt. Farley on the inside, Pierce. Farley, Hainline, Hout. It's going to be Farley, but a photo finish for second.
Hainline field, I
May have gone to the inside, and Pierce, and it's Hainline. Hainline with second, and that will factor significantly into the team point situation right now. Farley wins 25-92. Hainline of Sherrard is second. Pierce of Bushnell, 200ths behind Hainline. Georgetown's Holt is next, followed by Bollinger. Elmwood will be out in 4. Walther Lutheran in 5. Pittsfield, the Saukees will be in 6. Spring Valley Hall in 7. The Nashville Hornets in 8. And Poplar Grove North Boone in 9. This is heat number 1 of 6. Byron has a sectional best time just beyond 4 minutes. 4:02.79. Clean start here in race number 1 of 6 on the 3-turn stagger.
Lanes all the way through.
Lanes all the way with the first runner. Lane 4 looking good here. That is Elmwood. That's Rachel Brunny running for Elmwood. Melrose runner is Anna Strong there in the all green for Walther Lutheran. Walther Lutheran with Pittsfield on the outside and Spring Valley Hall. Here's Walther moving up. Elmwood on the inside. So we head to the staggered exchange.
And the first exchange goes to Richardson.
Richardson, but Walther Lutheran.
Yep.
Now with the baton.
They run the first lanes in the first.
Amanda Boyer of Elmwood holding strong on the inside in 4. Destiny Miller for Pittsfield in lane number 6. And we go to the rail, past the break. Still with the lead is Walther Lutheran, challenged by Elmwood. Walther Lutheran, Elmwood. Third place here is Nashville, pushing for second. Harrison gets the baton for Walther Lutheran. Now Nashville into second.
Redmond for Nashville.
Redmond now for Nashville. Harrison with the lead for Walther Lutheran, and it's a strong lead for the school from Melrose Park.
And Ransom will be the anchor, Melanie Ransom.
Harrison heading for Melanie Ransom on the next leg. Nashville is second. Let's look at this. Nashville's second. Tremont is third. Ransom now with the baton. Here is Nashville and Tremont.
Tremont runner is Hannah Booker.
Hannah Booker running for Tremont. The junior. On the backstretch, it's clearly Walther Lutheran, Nashville and Tremont. And next position, Plano followed by Spring Valley Hall.
He gained a little bit, not enough. Right?
So Walther Lutheran comes out of the curve, heads for home. The battle's going to be for second. Here's Booker for Tremont, and Spring Valley Hall now battling to the outside. Spring Valley Hall looks for third. Spring Valley to second, and they'll get second past Walther Lutheran, Tremont then Plano, Nashville. That's your apparent order. Mossbach from Spring Valley with that nice run on the anchor. Melrose Park, Walther Lutheran, 4:09.27. Spring Valley Hall, 4:13.04. The Tremont Turks, 4:13.39. Plano is fourth, 4:14.13. Nashville with a 4:15.05. Pittsfield, Poplar Grove, and Elmwood. That's your result in number one. On to the track now is heat number 2, and here's the field. The Newton Eagles are in lane number 2. Athens in 3. Bloomington Central Catholic in 4. Gibson City, Melvin City in 5. Weathersfield Co-op, the Anawan Weathersfield Titans in 6. The Sherrard Tigers will be in 7. St. Joe Ogden in 8. Monticello in 9. This is very strong in the middle between Bloomington, Gibson City, Weathersfield, and Sherrard. Clean start. Again in the middle here, Bloomington Central Catholic, Melvin Sibley, Weathersfield, Sherrard. Again, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow it's Class 2A, Class 3A, with competition. First running events coming at 9 a.m. tomorrow with Class 2A. Making up the early part, it should be Gibson City, Melvin, that's Jordan Nettleton, running for the Falcons. Nettleton, on the outside of her, is Bloomington Central Catholic, Sarah Bell, the freshman.
St. Joe's, strong push.
And a strong push for St. Joe Ogden here into the stagger. Central Catholic holding the center of the lane, and there Central Catholic has the exchange in 4.
And Hannah Graham for St. Joe's.
Hannah Graham for St. Joe.
At the break.
At the break. And we go to the rail. That's St. Joseph Ogden. Out there, that would be Hannah Graham running for the Spartans. Now, the challenge is coming. That looks like Central Catholic in 3rd. Second place here, and boomeranging into 1st is Anawan Weathersfield.
That's Bloomington Central Catholic.
Bloomington Central Catholic coming up.
Hannah Graham handing off.
Hannah Graham
to Rachel Graham.
to Van Hoof for Central Catholic.
Rachel Graham into second.
Rachel Graham into second for St. Joe Ogden. Everybody picks it up. That's Gibson City into third. That's Anawan Weathersfield in the lead.
So you okay.
St. Joe Ogden. Now everybody tightens it up. Gibson City, Melvin Sibley battling.
This is Rachel Graham.
Rachel Graham. And we should be handing off to Munier. The anchor is Angel Gasser for Gibson City. That's Gasser for Gibson City. Now back in is Weathersfield challenging. That's Sarah Fisher for Weathersfield. Fisher. St. Joe is third. Bloomington Central Catholic fourth.
200 to go.
That's Curran for Bloomington Central Catholic. Can Curran turn it on in the final 300? Now we have Gasser challenging Fisher. Gasser. Here's Curran closing on third. Curran coming around. This is Gasser for Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. Curran goes there. Second is Sarah Fisher of Weathersfield, then Curran, and then St. Joe Ogden. There's Sherrard coming in fifth.
405, strong win.
405, the win for Gibson City, Melvin Sibley. 406.53 is the Weathersfield Co-op. And Bloomington Central Catholic third with a 408.78. Preliminary heat number 3 into the blocks. Here's the field. Moequa Central A&M. In lane 2, Stanford Olympia. In 3, the Erie Prophetstown Co-op. In 4, Chillicothe IVC in the middle. In 5, the Macomb Bombers. Out in 6, Petersburg Porta will be in 7. And Downs Tri-Valley in 8, Teutopolis in 9. Early lead here is McGee of IVC.
You've got Barbara Duffy running for Co-op.
Duffy running for the Erie Prophetstown Co-op, the Rock River Runners.
Woodridge.
And Woodridge for the Macomb Bombers. That's Macomb in the all-orange, still hanging with IVC. And Macomb with a slight lead here as we go in to the stagger. There's Porta coming up. And Macomb has the first exchange.
Good exchange.
Good exchange for the Bombers.
It's Sarah Buffy on the second.
Buffet, the second runner for Macomb, and they'll go down to the rail. And that looks like Erie Prophetstown in third, still trying to settle in. IVC is second.
And she's coming back on first.
That's McGann for Erie. Here comes IVC challenging Macomb.
IVC hands off to Bartlett.
IVC here. This is Bartlett that will get the baton for the Gray Ghosts.
Macomb. Yes.
Macomb in second. That is
Meg Paisley.
Paisley trying to close in again on IVC. Central A&M is third. That's Erie now into third. IVC and Macomb.
Continue to lead.
Anchor for the Gray Ghosts will be 192. Lindsay Whalen. And for Macomb, it's Weston. So here's a race between IVC and Macomb. Whalen of IVC. Next you have Erie and Porta and Central A&M. Burns for Erie. Here's T-Town. Handing off. Meanwhile, on the backstretch, it's still IVC, Whalen, and Macomb, Lauren Weston. Weston not giving up, but still at the same distance behind IVC. Third is Erie. That's Tess Burns for Erie Prophetstown. And a battle between A&M and Porta here as we come to the finish line. That's Lauren Adcock trying to come forward for Central A&M.
Whalen holding on to the lead.
Whalen holding on to the lead for the Gray Ghosts. Macomb will be second. That's Weston. Erie third. Tess Burns. Here's Adcock finishing for A&M, followed by Porta. And that's heat number 3 as Totopoulos finishes up this race. Heat number 4 onto the track. And the field will include Pinckneyville in 2, the Gillespie Miners in 3, Elmhurst Timothy Christian in 4, Carthage Illini West in 5, Prairie Central Fairbury in 6, the Oregon Hawks in 7, Springfield Lutheran in 8, Frankfort in 9. Clean start. There in the middle is Illini West in the orange over black. And outside of them, Prairie Central, they've made up the stagger.
Illini West, it's Lee Brody.
That's Brody for Illini West. Now coming up on Kristen Bounds of Prairie Central. Illini West holding on to the middle. Lee Brody. This is Frankfort on the outside lane.
Brody hands off to
Bounds still holding on, and then Oregon is up here in the top 3, but the exchange to Jacoby of Illini West, Caitlin Jacoby. Ladies and gentlemen, a new Class A record has been set today in the discus by Kelsey Card of Carlinville. 153.7. The old record 145.3. The record set today in the discus 153.7 by Kelsey Card of Carlinville. Now into the second leg. It's Illini West with the lead.
Jacoby's going to hand to
Jacoby with the baton for Illini West
to get it to Growall.
to Growall. Prairie Central into second, and Gillespie holding on, going into second after Illini West. Gillespie first, past the second place. Golden Sitch with the baton for Gillespie. Illini West still the lead. Grunwald for Carthage.
Strong running second.
Prairie Central should be second.
Gaining.
And gaining on Illini West.
Catching.
Into the north curve. And Prairie Central very close as we come into the straightaway, but the effort again by Illini West as we go to the anchors.
The anchors, Tiffany Moore.
Tiffany Moore for Illini West. Prairie Central, followed by Oregon. Popejoy running for Prairie Central. They're in second. Oregon is third. Gillespie fourth. Still Illini West. Tiffany Moore. Moore entering the north curve. Oregon trying to close the gap to go to second. Gillespie is fourth. Prairie Central. Busman.
Oregon second.
Oregon looking for second. Oregon into second. And still gaining on Illini West. The win will go to Carthage. Oregon, Prairie Central, Gillespie is fourth. That's Atchison for Oregon. Carthage has a 4:08.49. Oregon 4:10.54. Fairbury at 4:11.31. Gillespie at 4:14.71. Timothy Christian is fifth. Now onto the track. Heat number 5 of 6. And here's the field. Lane number 2 will have the Benton Rangers. Rock Falls will be in 3. The Rams of Port Byron Riverdale. In 4, the Eureka Hornets. Out in 5, Monmouth Roseville. In 6, Murfreesboro. In 7, the Princeton Tigers. In 8, and the Greenville Comets from Bond County in 9. Eureka's time from the sectional 4:06.61. This is heat number 5 of 6, and we'll go to the starter.
Set. Everybody up. Everybody up. Check 1.
Clean start. We'll keep our eye on Port Byron, Eureka, and Monmouth. It's fairly even as we go into the first 200. Monmouth, Roseville
Benton made a move.
starting to move up. That was Gillian, Alejandra Gillian.
Benton in lane 2 made up 2 staggers.
Benton running nicely in lane number 2. There's Princeton coming across with Monmouth, Roseville. Eureka in the middle of the track now as we go into the stagger. There is lane number 6 and Monmouth, Roseville with the first exchange. That's Byrne for Monmouth. And we'll watch things as they go past the break. That looks like Eureka pushing as they go to the rail. That's Hartman for Eureka and Monmouth, Roseville. Byrne. And there is Port Byron, Riverdale. Johnson into 3rd. And Benton now is in the middle of the pack. That's Potts, the freshman, for Benton. Potts, the junior. Still Monmouth, Roseville.
Gillen gets it from Roseville.
Gillen for Roseville. Here's Eureka, and that should be Calla Gold on the anchor for the Hornets.
Not anchor, 3rd leg.
3rd leg here. And now Eureka swings into the lead. Holman for Eureka. Monmouth in 2nd. Gillen. Eureka has moved up into the lead. 3rd is Port Byron. Rock Falls now coming up into 3rd.
Gold is the anchor.
And Eureka with the exchange. That is Gold for Eureka.
Gillen.
And Gillen for Monmouth. Rebecca Gillen for Monmouth, Roseville, the Titans. There's Gold on to the backstretch. Rock Falls into 3rd. Flight 3 of the triple jump report. Flight 3 of the triple jump report. Savannah Davis for Rock Falls. Here comes Gold into the north curve beyond the scoreboard. And we're going to head for home. And Gold having a great day here. Still just below 4 minutes, 58:59. There's 4 minutes for Calla Gold and Eureka at 4:04. Next up is Monmouth, Roseville, Gillian, then Port Byron, May, and Rock Falls follows. Savannah Davis for Rock Falls, followed by Benton. 4:04:26 is Eureka's time.
Best time of the day so far.
Best time of the day so far. Here in the 4x4, Monmouth, Roseville is 2nd at 4:09. Port Byron, Riverdale 3rd at 4:12:52. Rock Falls 4th. And Benton 5th. Benton with a nice run from lane number 2. You have 6 winners and then 3 teams will qualify by time. Final race of the day. Now onto the track. Heat number 6 of the 4x4. And here's the field. From Kankakee County, it's Herscher in lane number 2. Lexington, the Minutemen, in 3. Kankakee Bishop McNamara in 4. The sectional best, Byron, will be in 5. Byron with a 4:02.79 coming into this competition. Chicago Christian will be in 6. The High School of St. Thomas More, Champaign, in 7. Taylor Ridge Rock Ridge will be in 8. And from Clark County, the Marshall Lions will be out in 9. Final race of the day. We go to the starter. Clean start. Nice start for Bishop Mack there in the day glow green. Moving up slightly for Bishop Mack, that's Alexis Payne. And she's begun to make up the stagger. Outside of them is Byron, the sectional best. Chicago Christian moving well in lane number 6. McNamara continues to move up. McNamara, Byron, Chicago Christian across the middle, along with St. Thomas More. Rock Ridge running well out here in lane number 8. The Marshall Lions in 9. From the exchanges, and the first is to McNamara. Powell with the baton for Kankakee. Bishop Mack. Byron right with him. Taylor Kuna for Byron.
At the break.
At the break. Coonan now battling. Coonan and in the middle, Chicago Christian. Here's Byron now, taking the lead on the rail. Bishop Mack is 3rd. That should be Chicago Christian in 2nd. Chicago Christian is Harms. McNamara wants back in as Byron fades up to 2nd. McNamara trying to close it. Chicago Christian, that's Van Dyke with the baton for Christian. Byron in 2nd.
Winner is Ryan McMullen.
McMullen for Byron. Mariah McMullen, the senior.
And Katie Ryan for Bishop Mack.
Katie Ryan has it for Bishop Mack. And Bishop Mack still a factor here. And they're moving up. Bishop Mack in 3rd. Everybody coming together on the rail. Byron not conceding anything. Byron pushing Chicago Christian. And now they're all together with Ryan joining them into the north curve. Chicago Christian, Byron, and Bishop Mack. The Irish in 3rd. The Tigers in 2nd. Here is Ryan pushing for 2nd. Ryan trying to get the advantage for Bishop Mack. And it'll go to Sims, and Chicago Christian holds the rail. And we have Byron swinging into the lead.
It's Paige
Paige Nodal for Byron into the lead. Bishop Mack trying to close. Amy Sims. Sims for Bishop Mack. Nodal for Byron. Kemp for Chicago Christian. Stacy Kemp. Paige Nodal holding the lead. Sims. Amy Sims for Bishop Mack. Let's bring them home, everybody. Let's hear it for this last finish of the day. Byron now trying to see how much under 4. They're at 401, 402. The win will go to Byron. Paige Knodel, Bishop Mack and Sims. And Chicago Christian, Kemp and St. Thomas More will come in 4th. That's Wechtel on the anchor for St. Thomas More. 406.30 for Byron. The race in the books for the Tigers, 406.30. Bishop Mack, 407.77 for the Irish. Chicago Christian, 408.44. St. Thomas More is 4th at a 413 flat. Lexington comes in next, followed by Taylor Ridge, Rockridge, Herscher, and Marshall. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for the Class A preliminaries. Ladies and gentlemen, now on the track for the Illinois State Championship in Class 1A, the 4x400 meter relay. And here's the field of competition. In position 1, Bloomington Central Catholic, the defending team champion of this meet from 2009. In 2, Kewanee Wethersfield Co-op, the Titans. In 3, Melrose Park Walther Lutheran. In 4, the Byron Tigers. In 5, the Eureka Hornets. In 6, the Falcons of Gibson City Melvin Sibley. In 7, the Gray Ghosts, Illinois Valley Central Chillicothe. In 9, Carthage Illini West. And in 10, the Irish of Kankakee, Bishop McNamara. This race again with consequences in the team totals for Bloomington Central Catholic, Byron, and Eureka. We can go to the starter for this Class 1A final championship of the day.
Central.
Even start.
Lane 4 running well.
Lane 4 running well. That's Byron. 5 is Eureka. 6 and 7 is Chillicothe.
6 is Sibley.
Gibson City in the all red.
4 and 5.
4 and 5. Trying to stay with it. Eureka, the number 1 seed, may have to deal with the loss of their anchor in this race. Coming on the inside is Walther Lutheran as we go into the 3-turn stagger. It's still Eureka's exchange And here we go. There is Eureka. They're going to battle Walther Lutheran right now for the break. Eureka still in the lead. Byron in lane number 4. Now we go to the break, and Eureka's in the lead. Walther Lutheran is second.
Byron's next to last.
Byron at the back of the pack along with Bloomington Central Catholic, and you also have the Irish of Bishop Mack trying to run on the outside. It's still Eureka's race.
Byron moved into 4th.
Byron moves up into 4.
On the basis of Taylor.
That's Taylor on there. Here's Eureka.
Kelman.
This is Hartman handing off. Eureka has it, and they had about a second advantage on the exchange over Walther Lutheran. But both teams open it full here. There's Walther Lutheran looking on the outside. Eureka.
Casey Holman for Eureka.
That's Holman for Eureka. Now battling on the back stretch.
Walter Lutheran.
Holman for Eureka.
Harrison.
That's Harrison for Walther Lutheran. Now Eureka edges to the front. Eureka with the lead in the north curve. Walther Lutheran is second. Third place is Chillicothe IVC, running well from the outside lane. Here is Eureka. Coming on strong is Bishop Mack and Gibson City Melvin Sibley. Eureka struggling to get to it. This now is very important for Eureka. And running that leg, it is Kala Gold. Gold, who collapsed on the award stand earlier, is running the leg. That should be Kimple for Walther Lutheran. Gold.
Reno for Byron.
And it's really a race between Eureka and Walther Lutheran. Kala Gold, the sophomore, coming back from a dehydration attack. Ransom for Walther Lutheran. This is gold. Ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing a total team effort here by the Eureka Hornets and Kala Gold, and they will vault into a trophy spot with this win, potentially. Byron is going to come up too. Byron's come out of nowhere. We've lost Walther Lutheran. Walther Lutheran still has to cross. And she's there. She's got to get across.
Okay, she's across.
She's there. Eureka has vaulted 10 points up. Byron, though, was slightly ahead in the standings. But you could not have given more for the Eureka Hornets in that one. 3:57-13 for Eureka. 4:02:09 Byron out of nowhere for the Byron Tigers. Gibson City's Munier and the rest of the Falcons at 4:03:59. McNamara running strong at the end is in 4th place. They will move up some, perhaps into the top 10 today. A great race by IVC as well. Out of the outside.